A warm welcome to all participants around the world to this IOSH hosted session. My name's Alan Stevens and I'm Head of Strategic Engagement at IOSH, and I'm your moderator for this session. And I'll be joined by an incredible panel of distinguished guest speakers who I'll introduce to you shortly. This session focuses on future business leaders achieving healthier performance and productivity. We will explore this important topic over 4 discrete panel sessions with our distinguished speakers. Global trends are shaping a new world of work, with changes in workplace demographics, technology and working practices, as well as responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, putting increasing pressure on businesses to operate sustainably and responsibly. As a consequence, managers and leaders must now focus not only on what results are delivered, but more than ever, how those results are obtained. At the heart of this is good OSH practice, and this should be part of every manager and leader's accountability. For without exception, good sustainable businesses invest in the safety and the physical and mental health and well-being of their people. They plan and pursue their objectives in ways that prevent harm. Managers and leaders must progress beyond simple regulatory compliance to understand instead how the well-being of their staff can deliver reputational and competitive advantages. They must look outward and care about the communities in which they operate. They need to work to mitigate their impacts on the environment and society, and they consider the principle of social good in all they do. Businesses like these seek leaders and managers who are constantly proactive in finding ways to grow and improve. They seek leaders and managers who should look to the long term and actively plan for change. The leaders and managers they attract will build resilient organizations which gain enviable reputation and win more business. These entities will find it easier to recruit and retain great people, to make better client relationships, and they are championed by the local communities in which they operate. In summary, good businesses are more successful when placing OSH at the heart of their management and leadership frameworks. This panel session specifically focuses on driving OSH through corporate governance and sustainability. How do we influence the boardroom so that OSH is at the heart of and in the DNA of the organization from the very top down? For the first panel discussion, which will focus on driving occupational safety and health through corporate governance and sustainability principles, how do we influence the boardroom? We are honored to have with us the following guest speakers. Firstly, Greet Ketert, Head of Labour Rights at the United Nations UN Global Compact. Kerry Waring, Chief Executive Officer, the International Corporate Governance Network, ICGN. Sako Nuda, Independent Director and Chairman of the Board, Ibara Corporation. Susuma Amano, Corporate Executive Officer and Head of Employee Success Unit at Fujitsu. And finally, Vanessa Harwood-Witcher, Chief Executive of the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, IOSH. I would like to start by asking our speakers to share their views on this important topic, and I'm delighted to invite our first speaker, Greet Ketert, to share her views. Greet, we know that the UNGC principles insist on commitment from the members from the very top of their organisations. Why is it of such importance to the UNGC, and how do you see it working in practice, specifically in relation to good OSH practice? Greet, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alan. It's really an honor for me to speak here today and to represent the United Nations Global Compact. But let me maybe first start with giving you a brief overview of who we are, the United Nations Global Compact. So we are the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative. We have more than 14,000 companies that are engaging with us, and we have almost 4,000 non-business participants. And companies come from all over the world, representing more than 160 different countries. And we also have 69 local networks. And in total, we represent 87 million employees. Now, the initiative was launched in 2000 by former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, and it was initiated to bring business and the United Nations together to give a human face to the global market. Now, by signing up to participate in the UN Global Compact, businesses commit to align their strategies and their operations with 10 universal principles on human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. And they also commit to take actions to advance broader societal goals, such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And all of this is with an emphasis on collaboration and innovation. Now, as UN Global Compact, we really want to help companies in their sustainability journey. So all companies, whatever their size, their sector, or their geographic locations, they can really contribute to sustainable development. And wherever a company is in its sustainability journey, we will help as UN Global Compact to make them progress. And our approach is really focusing on helping companies on connecting, in learning, in leading, and in communicating. Now, first aspect, connecting, we really want to connect with industry, with experts, with peers, and with the UN at a global and national level. For the learning aspect, so we really provide knowledge and skills to make progress and to deliver impact. But it's also important that companies can show bold leadership, that they can inspire others, that they can share their experiences. Because if you really want to make impact, a major impact, we have to show bold leadership. And then the last aspect that we focus on is communicating. So really to build trust and credibility for companies, companies really need to measure the progress they're making, and they need to communicate on how they achieve this and what they're doing. Now, let me go a little bit deeper on this last aspect of accountability and reporting, because it's really important for the UN Global Compact. So when companies decide to join the initiative, the CEO has to sign a letter of committing to implement the 10 principles and to take action in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. And they're also required to submit an annual communication on progress. That's our reporting system in the UN Global Compact, in which companies have to report what they're doing. But as you said, Alan, this leadership commitment is really important for us. We really believe that sustainability is a leadership issue, and it's imperative for long-term success. CEOs, board members, and executives, they all have a crucial role to play in driving the business transformation. And for transformation at the level and the scale that is needed today, organizations need to focus on making sustainability sustainable. And this is much more than just strategies, policies, and process. It's really fundamentally about leadership. It's about people. Leaders on boards and in the C-suite, they have a huge opportunity to make sustainability central to their organization's culture. But what we see, we have done a survey, but we see that only 4% of non-executive and senior executive appointments, sustainability experience or mindset is a requirement. And for us, it really starts at the top. It must become part of the fabric of the organization. And to achieve this, it is crucial for organizations to embed sustainability into their leadership frameworks, into their processes. It's just not a matter of hiring one single individual to own sustainability. No, to systematic challenges the world is facing today, we need really sustainable leadership. And it cannot be confined by just a small minority in a company. It really requires companies to cultivate this leadership at all levels. And this is really something that cannot wait. It is not a conversation for tomorrow. This is a conversation of today. Now, what does this mean for good OSH practices? So what we see in the Global Compact, because we do, we report a lot of what companies are doing, we see that most of the companies in the UN Global Compact, more precisely 88% of the companies, they report to have policies in place to ensure safe working conditions. But what we also see is that only 17% of the responding companies benchmark supply chain partners to our 10 principles. Our ambition is really to increase these numbers. Policies are not enough. Companies need to translate them in very concrete actions, and they need to take concrete steps to improve health and safety through their supply chains. Because unsafe and unhealthy working conditions, they often result from a combination of underlying causes, such as governance gaps, deficient legislative frameworks, insufficient knowledge and resources, unsustainable business practices, and also the lack of a culture of prevention at national and at workplace levels. Governments, but also enterprises, they have their roles to play to address OSH challenges. And here leadership is crucial. Now we have reviewed our communication on progress, so our reporting system, so companies to make it really more, to make it future fit and to further strengthen also corporate transparency and accountability. It will also help us to track progress, but it will also inspire leadership, and it will also help companies to set goals and to provide learning opportunities across the 10 principles and the SDGs. Now, although OSH is not explicitly included in the 10 principles, it is an essential aspect of decent work. And that is also why we have included it in our reporting system. So all companies are required to report back on the actions they are undertaking. So they have to disclose information, what they're doing to improve occupational safety and health for all the workers that are engaged in their business operations. And now also to help companies to understand what actions they can undertake, we develop a lot of tools and guides as UN Global Compact to help companies understand what they should do. And all these tools are available for free on our website. So I would like to invite all of you to have a look on our website and to consult these guides and to learn from other companies what have worked. I leave it up to here. Alan, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here.
Thank you for your words and your passion. It's great to have you here. So thank you so much. I'll now turn to Kerry. Kerry, thinking through the eyes and the lens of the investor, reflecting on ICGN's global governance principles, to what degree do you see good OSH practice driving future investment decisions, both at a corporate and at a national level? Kerry, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Alan, and lovely to hear from Greet and the fantastic initiatives happening at UN Global Compact and to be with such an esteemed panel. As Chief Executive of the International Corporate Governance Network, my views reflect those of many ICGN members who are responsible collectively for around $59 trillion around the world, based mainly in Europe and North America, but with growing Asia representation, particularly, I should say, in Japan. We've long advocated that both companies and investors share a mutual responsibility to preserve and enhance long-term corporate value through high standards of corporate governance and investor stewardship. And this ultimately contributes to sustainable economies, societies, and the environment. This is primarily communicated through the ICGN Global Governance Principles, which was published over 20 years ago and was reviewed last year as part of a regular 3-year review process. Now, this is a really important document for us because many of our members default to the ICGN principles as a bellwether for their voting policies and company engagements. And in fact, I'm pleased to say many national governments also use the principles to help inspire the evolution of national practices. On that note, I also serve on the Council of Experts convened by the FSA and JPX, which reviewed the Japan Corporate Governance Code last year. This is a really innovative code in Japan, I think, and it's strengthened language around social and environmental matters. It also now calls on corporate boards to articulate their human resource policies and strategies and how this contributes to increasing corporate value over the mid to long term. I think that both the Japan and ICGN codes encourage us all to focus not only on aspects relating to a company's financial value, but also on factors impacting the health of society and the environment too. So in essence, as Greet was saying, this is all about the governance of sustainability and the role of boards and investors in overseeing financial, human and natural capital management in alignment with the company's purpose and long-term strategy for value creation. Long gone are the days where shareholder primacy prevailed. Stakeholder capitalism is increasingly acknowledged in laws, regulations and codes around the world. Boards are now required to identify their key stakeholders and clarify how their interests are taken into account when promoting the long-term success of the company through the oversight of strategy, innovation, and risk. And as a company's most important stakeholder is often the workforce, the oversight of human capital management in particular is a primary board responsibility, which is why it features so prominently in the updated ICGN Global Governance Principles. So I'd just like to run you through 6 of perhaps the more interesting changes to the principles last year. Firstly, and in keeping with the theme of this conference, workforce safety has been included as entirely new guidance. We call on boards to oversee management's approach to protecting workforce safety in operations and supply chains, and not just physical safety, but also psychological safety too. There are a number of investor initiatives in this space. For example, the collaboration Investors for Opioid and Pharmaceutical Accountability developed guidance for investors when engaging with companies around employee health and safety and public health emergencies. It sets out expectations of boards to provide oversight and disclosure, including on issues such as compensation structures, business productivity targets, appropriate resources, and communications. Secondly, we clarify that CEO pay and incentives should be aligned fairly and effectively with the workforce and long-term company strategy. And this is set within a broader expectation that companies have effective pay strategies in place to recruit and retain talent, particularly in today's tight labour market. And this extends to benefits such as medical insurance, particularly in countries where regulatory sick pay provisions are lacking. For example, a few weeks ago, letters were sent by investors to over 40 US companies, coordinated by the Interfaith Centre on Corporate Responsibility, demanding permanent paid sick leave benefits for workers in the US. Third, the protection of human rights, particularly in relation to modern slavery issues, and the degree to which corporate boards are held accountable or possibly even liable is a key area of discussion. In fact, the European Parliament is considering new binding laws on companies if they contribute to harming human rights, the environment, or good governance. And questions being considered are, how do companies encourage workers to voice concerns or whistleblow? And what are the policies and procedures in place to help mitigate this? 4, as the world's industrial economies transition towards net zero carbon emissions, workers, suppliers, communities, and entire regions are in peril of being stranded. Last year, ICGM published a statement ahead of COP26, which included reference for there to be a just transition to net zero to effectively address social inequality as a systemic risk. We call on countries to ratify and implement relevant labour standards that contribute to decent work for workers and businesses affected by the just transition. 5, it's now widely recognised that companies that employ a diverse, equitable and inclusive workforce are more likely to make better and fairer business decisions. ICGM encourages all companies to publish DEI policies with clear goals and measurable objectives. This sits alongside the importance of achieving appropriate gender diversity at board level and across the workforce. And 6, many companies are embracing the digital revolution, using artificial intelligence to enhance corporate efficiency, productivity, innovation, and competitiveness. So we encourage boards to reflect on workforce impacts, such as privacy infringements, algorithmic coercion, and workforce displacement. All of these issues are likely to be top of the agenda for many investors in their company engagements this year, given the potential financial, regulatory, and reputational impacts, and particularly as we begin to emerge from the COVID pandemic. Key to demonstrating proper board oversight of these issues is through corporate disclosure, but consistent and reliable data is lacking because mandatory requirements are limited in most markets. So many ICGM members are calling on regulators to require companies to publish better information about their human capital policies, practices, and performance. Last year, ICGM welcomed references in the updated Japan Corporate Governance Code for better disclosure around workforce diversity, health, human rights, and fair treatment. We also welcomed US SEC rules introduced in 2020 to require companies to report material human capital objectives following lobbying by the Human Capital Management Coalition. These regulatory developments are good steps forward, and we continue to encourage higher quality reporting to facilitate comparable and verifiable human capital related information across markets and industries. For example, this could include information around workforce training, lost time injury rates, pay ratios, turnover demographics, and diversity, particularly in relation to recruitment, retention, and promotion. This would help provide genuinely useful information to investors in their investment voting and decision-making processes. It really might help demonstrate a competitive edge at a company level. In fact, many companies already produce much of this data internally, so why not publicly disclose it? Ultimately, good human capital management enhances worker satisfaction, leading to higher productivity and superior services for customers. This helps companies innovate and remain competitive in a global economy. But conversely, a weak corporate culture with poor practices can contribute to underperformance. So it's really imperative that boards and management recognise this to preserve and enhance long-term corporate value in the best interests of shareholders and other stakeholders alike. So thank you. I look forward to hearing from others on the panel.
Kerry, thank you so much. It's just such great to hear you speak about the focus of the investment community on such a crucial subject. So thank you very much. We turn now to our next two speakers, looking through the eyes of the corporate. And first, I turn to Mr. Sakon Uda. Uda-san, as chair of the board of Ebara Corporation, how does the board keep informed of the OSH performance of the organization? And to what degree does this information drive strategic decision making at your company? The floor is yours, sir.
Hi, thank you very much, Alan, and this is a great opportunity. Thank you very much. And also, Kerry-san, I think the ICGN is always showing us it's a very insightful guideline of a governance improvement. So again, thank you very much. And I'm Sakon Uda, Alan introduced, and board of chair of Ebara Corporations for 3 years. Actually, I've been serving 11 years as an independent director for that company. Today, let me share the slide. Is that possible? Okay. Today, I'd like to share with you the wait. Can you see? Okay.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Sorry about this. Okay. It's a full screen or is it small? That's okay. Slide show. Okay. Okay, sorry. Today, I would like to share with these 3 points, and all 3 points are from the viewpoints of boardroom. So first, who's Ebara? Ebara is 53% of employees are working outside of Japan, and more than 50% sales is generated from overseas. And we have 3 primary business portfolio, and one is machinery and primary food machinery and system business, environmental plant, and the precision materials and machinery. And I've been serving as I mentioned, is 11 years as an independent director for this company, and recent 3 years I'm chair of this global company. And the first point, Ebara's governance characteristics of the board of directors. Ebara's corporate governance has been evolving for more than 10 to 15 years. And from this phase 1 to phase 4, we defined this phase. And every year we conduct self-evaluation and reflect the result to a continuous improvement. My view is governance reform lead to a corporate value creation in the long run, and we call it governance to value. And our corporate governance best policy define employees and people related to business and region as important stakeholders. Therefore, we both strongly believe that OSH is an issue for the boardroom. Many companies see their employees as a piece of execution unit. And the board members, I think board of directors, do not pay sufficient attention to OSH in general. No good governance, no good OSH mindset in the board, I believe. The second point is Ebara's company-wide approach to ESG, especially OSH. I think we have a Vision 2030, and Ebara, excuse me, sorry, in this vision, we have 5 important material issues and promote working environments that encourage challenge is one of key 5 important materials. And the board has expressed its commitment to the OSH material issue and is always monitoring OSH execution by the management. We consider that we need to be aware of 2 aspects when dealing with OSH. One is Ebara's diversified employees. Without diversified talent groups, we will never not be able to survive coming uncertain market and business environment. We introduced one Ebara HR, set out our global safety policy as well. The other is supply chain management. We started monitoring of global procurement by group companies, including human rights, working environment, and so on. Board members plan to continue this initiative as a permanent system. The final slide. To materialize our board of directors' commitment to OSH, we set the systematic framework for reporting, data gathering, data sharing, and decision making. Board is monitoring through effective discussion at the board and the sustainable committee with board members periodically. Again, no good governance, no effective OSH. So I would like to take away great learnings from the Vision Zero Summit discussion, and I hope all participants too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uda-san. Fascinating insight into the board thinking towards this. I now turn to Mr. Susumu Amano. Amano-san, building on the points we've raised just now, how does good OSH practice drive operational decisions at Fujitsu? And how do you place the importance of this amongst the wider set of HR practices and priorities? So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. So let me share you the slides. Okay, so my name is Amano from Fujitsu Limited, located in Japan. So I'm in charge of part of the HR functions, mainly focus on the supporting the employee success all over the world. So today, I'm grateful to be here at such valuable and international session. First of all, as an immediate answer to the question from Alan, promoting OSH and well-being in corporate activities is essential to enhance the sustainability of society, customers, and for ourselves. In particular, we place our top priority on safety and health of our employees from mental and physical aspects. So I'd like to introduce our thoughts, including board directors and executives with practical initiatives in Fujitsu. And these ideas begin with the strong commitment of top management. In 2019, when our CEO Tokita was appointed, he set our purpose to define why Fujitsu exists in the society. It says, make the world more sustainable by building trust in society through innovation. And all our corporate activities are committed to the realization of our purpose. In addition to the purpose, we have republished the Fujitsu Way as principle for corporate activity. The Fujitsu Way comprises a code of conduct and 3 parts that our employee must have as our values. They are aspiration, trust, and empathy. As a member of the global community, Fujitsu recognizes the importance of conducting business activities aimed at solving issues from the environmental, social, and economic perspectives, and producing beneficial impacts on society under the leadership of top management. Members of the board and top management recognize that 2 things are critical to the success of our businesses. Firstly, care for our employees centered to all activities. Secondly, providing and maintaining the safe and comfortable working environment is also important for overall corporate activities. We need to bear in mind that cultural differences in each country and region. This leads to promote the physical and mental health of our employees. That's why we have adopted the Global Responsible Business Code by GRB as a framework for implementing the Fujitsu Way in order to fulfill our responsibilities as a global DX company. We have streamlined common issues that are required to promote sustainability management and have established the 7 key pillars in the GRB, while setting KPIs for each pillar. And also, OSH and well-being are placed as the top priorities among them. Then in addition to the existing financial targets, these non-financial indicators were added to the management objectives. We will contribute to the society and our customers in a stable manner over the long term from both financial and non-financial perspective. And hopefully this will be resulted into our company's own growth. In April 2020, Fujitsu established a new Sustainability Management Committee. The committee is responsible for considering impact on the environment, society, and the economy, as well as discuss how Fujitsu should operate a business as a responsible global company, which aims to grow over the long term by creating value for all stakeholders around. And the contents of the committee are reported to the Executive Management Committee and the Board of Directors. Under the Sustainable Management Committee, we have established 7 key pillars within the framework of GRB regarding non-financial initiatives, and we are promoting these activities to achieve KPIs across our global regions and business groups. This is a steering board for our OSH. We have established a global community led by CHRO in order to take preventive measures and to be compliant with local legislation in respective country from OSH perspectives, as well as to secure safety and health of our employees from both physical and mental aspects. This allows us to ensure improving our well-being as well. We are taking a comprehensive approach led by each region to communicate, disseminate, and share information each other by holding meetings on a global level. And this slide shows examples of some measures against COVID-19. Like many other companies, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought major challenges to its businesses. Given drastic changes in business operation, like a shift to remote working, it became important to respond to customer needs while ensuring the safety and health of employees. Fujitsu quickly responded to a pandemic by supporting employees around the world to work remotely ahead of national, state, and governmental direction. By doing so, we have been successful, not only protecting our employees, but also preventing potential business continuity and infection risks to date. For example, providing guidelines on OSH have been issued to ensure that all employees have effective safety measures to support remote work. This is also example activities in Japan headquarters. The concept of the new way of working in the new normal is defined as work-life shift, providing information and educational programs. These are a useful approach for hybrid work style, combining real and virtual office usage, communication methods, and maintaining and improving physical and mental health. Fujitsu provides employees with an environment and opportunity in which they can proactively take challenges and maximize their capabilities to achieve personal growth based on their autonomy and mutual trust. With that, each employee will be able to improve their well-being and to balance their work and life. We think OSH lays the foundation of these activities. For these reasons, we, including the board of directors, have positioned OSH as one of the top priorities in Fujitsu HR management. That is from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amano-san. Another fabulous example of how much effort is going into corporations to drive this home in support of what we've already heard from Kerry and Greet. We change the lens now to look at the opportunity through the OSH professional. And for this, I turn to Vanessa Harwood-Witcher. Vanessa, historically, OSH has been seen more of an operational rather than a strategic function. As the leading professional body representing OSH practitioners, what is the best way in which you see IOSH can support the members to address this and bring the OSH professional to the boardroom? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alan. What a fantastic panel and what great insights. I love the fact that this discussion contextualizes OSH as a key element of social sustainability. There's a really clear line of sight from the highest multilateral levels through to the investor community and from corporate boards to the management to the OSH professionals. This perhaps wasn't so obvious even a decade ago, but in the last 2 years, we've seen vividly how the COVID-19 pandemic has contributed to a completely new set of demands on the OSH profession. You know, on the one hand, because of COVID-19, the world seems to have woken up to the fact that safety, health and well-being of workers is in fact at the heart of long-term sustainability of any business. And on the other, business leaders have found themselves in a new environment of volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. And among the most urgent questions, I think, that are probably on any business leader's minds are, how can we retain and develop our workforce? How can we keep our people safe, healthy and resilient so we can stay productive and thrive? How can we manage risk intelligently in this volatile environment? Which health and safety and well-being performance indicators should we consider? And of course, all eyes can turn to the safety and health professionals to answer questions such as these. As you pointed out earlier, Alan, OSH has long been seen as more operational than strategic, including by OSH professionals themselves. Looking at this from the position of a leader major occupational safety and health professional body, I'd like to say that this is a pivotal time for the OSH profession. It's a critical moment for OSH professionals to understand the expectation that they should be fully engaged at a strategic level. It's time for them to appreciate that their inputs and assessments are absolutely vital to strategic decision making, and they must be prepared to communicate at board level. We launched our Catch the Wave campaign in November last year with a clear goal in mind. That is to engage OSH professionals with this new reality and specifically the demand for their greater strategic engagement. There is a broad range of knowledge, skills and behaviours that IOSH members are required to demonstrate. IOSH members are familiar with our updated competency framework, which includes 69 competencies. These are spread across 3 categories: technical, core and behavioural. But obviously it's not a one-size-fits-all tool. The range and level of competencies required for each individual role will vary and depend on factors such as the organisation's size, industrial sector, and of course the individual's seniority and career stage. However, we argue that in this rapidly changing and uncertain world, the OSH professional needs to recognise business and shareholder drivers such as brand reputation. In addition, they need to have the confidence and authority, as well as the technical knowledge and ability to discuss OSH in the language of the boardroom. This includes making a convincing case for good OSH outcomes through the supply chain, as a moral duty to protect workers and save lives, but also to drive better corporate performance, investment and shareholder value. The drivers of protecting workers and improved performance are absolutely aligned. They are not counterposed to each other, but of course complementary. This is the underpinning reason for us to engage in high-level and multilateral collaborations. We seek to encourage the support of a wide variety of stakeholders with interest and influence in this space, who can leverage their mandates to contribute to a safer and healthier world of work. This collaborative outlook has brought us into close contact with both the United Nations Global Compact and the International Corporate Governance Network, for example, who are represented in this panel discussion. The UN Global Compact 10 principles and the ICGN's Global Governance Principles are excellent sets of values. They encourage businesses to implement good OSH practice in their operations, including supply chains. It is clear from both sets of principles that accountability for the implementation is placed squarely with boards. We are clear about supporting the efforts of our partners to translate high-level OSH, labour and human rights principles into meaningful results on the ground, overseen and guided by corporate boards. At the heart of our commitment is empowering OSH professionals to play a greater strategic business role, contributing to a safer, healthier world of work and a brighter future for all working people. Thank you, and back to you, Alan.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. And thank you to all of our speakers for such wonderful and insightful presentations and contributions so far. I think what we've heard so far is the remarkable alignment and shared common purpose of protecting people in the workplace, and that we are at a pivotal moment, and by combining our efforts we really can take something positive beyond this conference and make a real difference. I think what springs to my mind listening to you all is a frequently used African saying where it says it takes a village to raise a child. And I think what we can hear here is the same thing. It takes us all from our different viewpoints and drivers to craft a system, an aligned system that will take care of the worker and make sure they go home safe and healthy after a day's work, wherever they live and work in the world. We have a few remaining minutes. I wonder if our speakers would like to comment very briefly on any of the points that's been raised across the panel so far, and perhaps some reflective thoughts to conclude the session in terms of what they'd love to see taken forward. So perhaps a few minutes each, if you would please, and I'll begin with Greet, please, in the same orders that we've gone so far. Greet, any concluding remarks you have, please?
Thank you very much, Alan. And I really enjoyed listening to all the speakers. But I really would like to echo Vanessa's words, because I really like that she was mentioning that OSH is not only really something of the operational issue, it's really part of the broader social sustainability strategy. It's really at the heart of putting people first, of investing in your human capital. And that's really fully aligned also with the approach that we have now in the UN Global Compact, that it's really part of the human rights and labor principles, and that we ask companies also to report back on the action that they're undertaking. Maybe I just would like to highlight also that while OSH hazards are intrinsic to all workplaces around the world, really businesses need to pay particular attention to workplaces in countries with limited resources, with weak legal frameworks, with inadequate enforcement and support functions. And that is also the reason why we have developed, together with the ILO, the International Labour Organization, a guide for businesses, in which we highlight 9 business practices which companies can use to improve safety and health through supply chains, and to really create a culture of prevention and protection. Because as UN Global Compact, we really look at both aspects. It's about the prevention, but also the protection. But once again, Alan, really thank you so much for being part in this panel, and we really look forward to working with all of you, and especially, of course, IOSH, to continue working also with our local networks, to train businesses, to help businesses, to guide them, to inspire them. So this is just, yeah, an ongoing journey together. So thank you so much.
Great, it's lovely to hear your words. Thank you once more. I'll pass the floor to Kerry, please, for further thoughts. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I agree completely with Greet, and I've learned a lot actually on this panel, so thank you very much for inviting me. But I'm struck by what Uda-san said. You know, good OSH relies on good governance, and I think we've all talked about the importance of leadership and how that impacts culture and a good ethos of OSH throughout the whole organization. But I'm also hearing from Vanessa as well, we've got lots of great policies out there. Let's put those policies and principles now into practice. And I should also acknowledge for the record that we're delighted that we have the OSH, one of the OSH team on one of our really important human capital management capital committees. So thank you for that. But it is all about collaboration. It's obviously the COVID pandemic has expedited, I think, many social factors as a key priority for investors. But, you know, in preparing for this presentation today, I was actually struck by the sheer number of investor collaborative initiatives around the world, whether it's on sick pay, whether it's, Share Action has done something here in the UK, providing a framework for investors to engage with companies on OSH related subjects. So I'm seeing that there is a lot of collaboration happening internationally. I think the more that we as organizations can help facilitate that would be really great. So thank you all again, and looking forward to the next time we see you all at a future event.
Thank you so much, Kerry. It's always a pleasure to be part of your activities. So thank you for allowing us to do so. Sakon Uda, please, I'll pass the floor to you, sir, for your concluding thoughts and remarks, please.
This is very simple. My message is without good governance, we cannot have any OSH mindset in the organization. And the board's commitment is so crucial in this context. I mean, most of Japanese company, as far as I know, the employees' safety is a key element of execution unit. So board is not necessarily pay full attention to its employee issue or procurement, supply chain issues, and also group companies, employment, and so on. Board is not paying full attention for that. But now, ICGM or other investors had a great pressure to the board. Okay, this is your issue, And now most of the companies start thinking about OSH in the boardroom level, I believe. So again, I think that this is the board issue as far as I know. Okay, thank you very much. And also great opportunities to speak in this such a great group. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for your time today. It's great to have you on the panel, and thank you for your powerful messages. I pass now to Susumu Amano, please, for your concluding remarks, sir.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for organizing and facilitating, Alan-san, very much. And yeah, that was a great opportunity for us to govern the conference. And from HR perspective, I would like to refer such great speakers' speech and contents as well. So just a comment from Fujitsu's point of view. In addition to my earlier presentation, for example, Fujitsu UK was first DX company to achieve a certification to ISO 45001 in 2018. Since then, we have successfully extended the scope of our certifications in Europe and Australia, Japan as well. So Fujitsu partnership with IOSH, ILO, WHO, as a part of these Vision Zero initiative has been already improving OSH standards throughout our supply chains. Especially in Europe, we have already launched our contract service provider pre-qualification assessment process, taking account of Fujitsu OSH sustainable and development expectations. We have also included in our region support for the ILO World Safe Day campaigns and IOSH Future Leaders Conference. So we would really would like to become a reference company which can contribute to the sustainable society with these world-class institutions. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Amano-san, and I can speak on behalf of IOSH, but also everybody across the community in thanking you and Fujitsu for everything you do, not just for your own organization and your supply chain, but how much you give towards the wider movement. So thank you. Last but not least, I'll pass back to Vanessa, if I may, please, for her last thoughts. So Vanessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alan. I mean, what an inspiring panel discussion. I mean, I absolutely agree with what's been said so far, especially in relation to growing recognition of the importance of good OSH, certainly accelerated by COVID-19, as been said, but also strongly driven by the efforts of all the multilateral organisations that are on the panel and more broadly that we work with. I'm not only referring to those sort of organisations on the panel, but people like the World Health Organization and the ILO in particular, who are calling for safe and healthy working conditions to be included in the ILO's framework of fundamental principles and rights at work. I think with the efforts of so many stakeholders to ensure good OSH aligning, I believe it's absolutely paramount that the profession seizes this moment and be positioned as that strategy crucial player in all organisations, but especially at board level. I think professional bodies such as IOSH and others have a very important role to play to equip the members with the right skills and competencies, and that's exactly what we are committed to doing. So Alan, I think that's all I wanted to say. A fantastic panel, and thank you again for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you, Vanessa. As we conclude the session, I'd like to thank all of our speakers once more. Greet, Kerry, Amano-san, Uda-san, Vanessa, thank you all so much for your time today. I'm sure our audience from across the world has enjoyed every word, and there's plenty to take forwards. So we're going to take a very short break, but stay with us, please, for the next session, where we're going to be arguing the case for the healthy profit, in that good OSH practice really does drive competitive advantage advantage, whether that be at the corporate or at the national level. So we'll have a new panel. So thank you very much to the panel here. So we'll just take a very short break, and please do join us for the next session where we continue the discussion towards ways that we can achieve a responsible and sustainable corporate and national environment for us. So thank you very much for now. Thanks. A warm welcome to all our participants around the world to our second panel discussion in our important session on future business leaders, achieving healthier performance and productivity. My name is Alan Stevens, and I'm Head of Strategic Engagement at IOSH, and your moderator for this session. And I'll be joined by an incredible panel of distinguished guest speakers who I'll introduce to you very shortly. In our first panel discussion, we explored how managers and leaders must now focus not only on what results are being delivered, but how those results are being obtained. At the heart of this is good OSH practice, and this should be part of every manager and leader's accountability. Increasingly, we firmly believe that in the future, good, sustainable businesses will invest in the safety and the physical and mental health and the well-being of their people. They plan and pursue their objectives in ways that prevent harm as a core management and leadership competence. With managers and leaders progressing beyond simple regulatory compliance and safety, health and well-being of their staff can deliver reputational and competitive advantages. The same can be said at the society level. Through building robust national OSH strategies and plans, both national and corporate plans must look outward and care about the communities in which they operate to reduce the burden of poor OSH practices placed upon citizens and wider society. Together, nations and corporates need to work to mitigate negative impacts on the environment and society and consider the principle of collective social good in all that they do. This panel will further discuss a business case for OSH leadership, arguing for a healthy profit as a way to achieve responsible, sustainable, national and corporate success. Among other things, looking at the importance of reporting metrics on OSH. I'd like now to introduce the panelists for our next session. Firstly, Dr. Aziz Mohammed Azman, Chief Executive Officer of the Social Security Organisation, SOCSO of Malaysia. Next, I'd like to introduce Martina McPherson, Global Head of ESG Strategy at Oddo BHF Asset Management. Next, we have the pleasure of welcoming Busola Alofe, Principal Partner at YF Talent Partners, Nigeria, and until very recently, CEO and Registrar of the Chartered Institute for Personnel Management, Nigeria. And last, but certainly not least, Robin Bennett, President of the New Zealand Institute of Safety Management, NZISM. My first question is to Martina. From an asset manager's perspective, what are you looking for in terms of OSH evaluation, and how do you use this in information to influence asset investments? Secondly, what more do we need to do to enable you to measure and evaluate OSH practices more effectively and consistently? Martina, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Martina McPherson. I am a visiting fellow at Henley Business School and the president for the Network for Sustainable Financial Markets. I've worked in industry, including now Oddo BHF Asset Management, MSCI, S&P, as well as on the buy side, again with F&C and Deutsche Bank for more than 20 years in ESG. And today's presentation will be centered and focused on ESG and health and safety criteria in portfolio construction. The ESG market, when we look at assets and approaches, has seen a phenomenal growth over the last decade. We are now talking at around 35.3 trillion US dollars, as reported by the Global Sustainable Investment Review in 2020, that are being somehow aligned with ESG approaches. These ESG approaches include, for instance, negative screening, positive screening, norms-based screening, as well as ESG integration, sustainable themed investing, and impact and community investing. And ESG has really, again, undergone a different development when and where the ambitions, the vision, the mission for and the considerations for investment strategies are concerned. We started the journey roughly more than 20 years ago with a predominant focus on ethical and socially responsible investments that also predominantly looked at environmental and social themes that actually led to the broader definitions of sustainability and sustainable investment, when and where the assessment of externalities, especially risks, but as well as opportunities linked to sustainability considerations are concerned. Likewise, we have seen a trajectory focusing on governance-related issues, which in turn are closely linked to reputational, political and geopolitical macro thematic investment issues. And again, these days, nowadays, you see that the sheer growth of the market is highlighted, as well as the sheer themes linked to sustainability and sustainable investment has grown enormously, that we also see now niche initiatives such as impact investment coming to the fore and attracting more and more investor interest, that we really can see that ESG investment have entered and investing has entered the mainstream. And when we look at who is defining the standards and the rules book for ESG, it is clear that the financial industry has come under various pressures from all different stakeholders and parties. May these be sovereigns and policymakers, may these be religious leaders, may these be active universal owners, may these be NGOs, as well as standard setters and label providers, certifiers, etc., that all aim to reflect a broad alphabet soup of ESG definitions when and where certain beliefs, values, expectations for sustainable investment strategies are concerned. And very broadly, you can classify these in three buckets: around the ethical, values-driven investors, around the activist investors, and of course, around the labels and certification providers and standard setters, which are increasingly, by the way, moving from the normative towards a regulatory landscape. But the alphabet soup for ESG remains a big discussion point. The aim in sustainable investment is really to define measurable criteria for environmental, social, and governance issues that can then again be reported upon in, for instance, product level, fund-specific reporting and documentation. And when we talk about environmental ESG criteria, we're very often referring to the C, the climate risk criteria. We also commonly talk, or increasingly talk, about biodiversity and natural capital. But there are a variety of different other E criteria that shouldn't be overlooked, such as pollution and waste management and circular economy, as well as water risk management. And on the S side, we see ultimately various different type of definitions for S in the first place. We could look at socioeconomic S or macroeconomic S risks. We could look at microspecific S risks. We could look at, in that sort of bucket, we could look at corporate specific risks, community related risks, supply chain and other stakeholder related risks. Hence, the S spectrum is much more loosely defined and very often still more qualitative of nature. So within the S pillar, you find human capital assessments closely aligned with workplace health and safety. You also see assessments for product safety and quality, and of course for supply chain management oversight. But you also see assessment criteria often linked to labor standards and human rights, and to other areas such as data and cyber risk resilience. And that brings me to the last column, G. Ultimately, G is again an aggregation of different type of criteria that aim to assess good corporate and board governance. And very often there's also a specific assessment around bribery and corruption, around business ethics, around transparency, as well as ultimately shareholder rights and the way an organization is ultimately reporting and disclosing and providing the relevant due diligence management and oversight processes for better transparencies and audits. In regards to how specific ESG risks/criteria can make an impact and how this impact is directly linked to sector materiality, it's important to note that if we look at health and safety in the broader context of labor and working conditions, for instance, that you can actually classify certain sectors being more exposed to S, health and safety risks and externalities than others. So from research by CDC, it becomes clear that, for instance, the construction sector, the agricultural sectors, the fisheries sector, as well as other areas such as forestry and the infrastructure and manufacturing industries, as well as metal and minings, oil and gas, and the extractives, are very often facing a heavier impact when and where health and safety risks, concerns, and impacts are making a landfall. And this is important to investors because when we literally look at rating methodologies by building our own universes and or obviously using third-party data and information, for instance, from MSCI, Sustainalytics, Morningstar, and or Moody's Visual Iris, we would look at the different type of layers of risk and opportunities linked to specific E, S, and G criteria. And it's interesting that the S criteria, when we look at Otto BHF asset management's ratings methodology, the S criteria literally take a 40 to 50% allocation across different sectors. So there's a strong focus on S, which we classify in relation to social ecosystems and resilience, regulation and liability management, the license to operate, as well as criteria linked to human resources, including, of course, human capital management, and also criteria for health and safety assessments. And again, when you look at the active ownership and stewardship commitments of the investment management industry, you would also look into their regular reports in order to better understand the level of engagement, the themes for engagement, and ultimately the track record for engagement, when and where positive change trajectories in companies' engagement and dialogue from an investor's perspective are concerned. And again, looking here at data from Otto BHF Asset Management, in 2020, apart from engaging on environmental, especially climate change risks and issues, there was also a strong focus on looking at S and G related issues, up and foremost human capital, supply chain management oversight, and access to healthcare. And this is important given that investors have understood that certain ESG issues or controversies can have an immediate and substantial negative impact on stock prices on the one hand, and obviously on portfolio performance on the other. And when we compare some of the controversies related stock price performance collapses, may they only resulted in a short period of time. However, they had a negative, substantial impact on stock price performance. Then we could really understand, for instance, by looking at the announcements of Renault, Bayer, Credit Suisse, BP, oil, and many others across sectors, if we're comparing when and where these organizations were linked to certain controversies, ultimately leading to lawsuits, litigation, and of course, major noise in media globally at the time when and where the controversy was detected, you could also ultimately track then the stock performance against major indices. And you very often noticed, at least for a short period of time, a collapse of the stock price. And ultimately you could detect the same type of shocks, of course, in the aggregate or on the aggregated side in portfolio performance. And this brings me really to the last point. There is still an aggregate confusion on how ESG risks and opportunities / criteria can be defined, measured, and compared. There is an interesting study by MIT Sloan, which talks about the ESG ratings divergence as an aggregate confusion. It highlights that ESG ratings are currently correlated at around 60% versus credit ratings that are correlated at 99% if you compare, for instance, S&P and Moody's. And this divergence related to measurement, scope, and weighting has actually led to increasing questions being asked by the investor communities, but also by the regulators. And it's maybe no surprise that now the mandate that's been set for more disclosure and transparency is no longer just linked to corporate reporting and disclosures and/or investor reporting and disclosures, but ESMA outlined most recently in its Sustainable Finance Roadmap for 2022-4 that also credit and ESG ratings and research will be in focus and scope for a broader transparency and disclosure mandate. And with this, I'd like to thank you all and conclude today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. I now turn to Dr. Azman. The Malaysian government has worked incredibly hard to develop excellent national OSH strategies and plans. What benefits do you see already for Malaysian society? How do you measure this? And through a social security lens, what does the future hold as the strategy gets delivered? Dr. Azman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alan Stevens, our moderator, for the kind introduction. Firstly, I would like to first thank the Secretariat for the Vision Zero Summit 2022, the ORP Foundation, and IOSH for inviting me to be part of this forum today. To have a little bit of a background, Malaysia is a country with around 33 million population. The country has about 15 million labor force, including around 1.8 million migrant workers. Our economic activity is currently concentrated on manufacturing, services, and agriculture, where occupational risks are high. Therefore, issues for the occupational safety and health and well-being of the employee in Malaysia are often discussed in managing our human resources and labor market. In fact, the first legislation for the safety and health of workers in Malaysia was enacted more than 100 years ago. Of course, now we have a modern set of legislation that covers all employees in the country, and together with it, we have also enjoyed a systematic planning for occupational safety and health, particularly in the past 20 years. After a decade of on-site approach, the country had seen an increase in the safety and health features for workplaces. Specific measures such as machine safety, OSH management systems, audit and certification processes, enforcement activities were conducted to make the workplace a safer place. However, a more strategic approach was required for the country to have comprehensive outreach to all economic activities. This was planned over the long term and the medium term. The occupational safety and health approach in the country aims to develop an environment where the employees and the employers safeguard their own safety and their health while performing their job. This must be ingrained as part of their work context at all times. Safety and health are a culture and not just a requirement. But we also consciously aware that the vision cannot be achieved in a short period of time. It will probably take a whole generation of workers. Therefore, the national strategy was planned in both short or medium term and for a long term. I'm showing here the evolution of our National Occupational Safety and Health Master Plan, which are endorsed by all the safety and health stakeholders, including the Social Security Organization. As you can see, this is a stepwise planning, and we are now in the fourth 5-year plan that has grown from building resources to ultimately creating a culture of OSH. Have we seen the outcome of the effort so far? I think we definitely have. The chart here shows the number of employment injury reported to the Social Security Organization over the last 20 years. This includes all industrial accidents, commuting accidents, and occupational disease. As you can see, the number of accidents had seen great reduction in the beginning of the millennium and an ever slow increase in the number of accidents are observed later. A better way to look at this is, of course, to look at the rates. This next chart paints a better picture. The rates of employment injury compared to the number of workers covered by Social Security Organization continue to show a decline over the years. This, unfortunately, has somehow stunted over the last decade. We have reached a plateau and need to move on. But we must not only rely on the rates of accidents as an indicator. Otherwise, years of hard work may not seem to be rewarding. Other than those lagging indicators, there are also more leading indicators in the country that better prepare us towards a more comprehensive safety and health culture. For example, the country has now trained thousands of safety and health officers, occupational health doctors, and occupational hygienists, and competent persons to meet the demand for human resources in safety and health. For the small industries, we now have OSH competent persons certification to meet safety and health demand in industries with less financial capabilities. Even in work-related road safety, we now also have designated road safety persons for industries as resource for the companies. Safety and health is now part of the education system in school and part of the university activities. Workplace safety and health is now part of annual activities by NGOs, trade unions, employers, associations, and federations, largely supported by the Social Security Organization. Basically, a systematic safety and health approach at the national level not only yielded direct impact in terms of accidents rates, but also intangible results that prepare us for more challenges ahead. Did I say challenges? There are several challenges, immediate and long-term, especially following the pandemic. We are looking at new norms in job creation and employment relationships. We are looking at gig economies and the rise of P-hailing riders in Malaysia. With these trends, we are witnessing the shift away from the traditional employer-employee relationship. So, for the future, we need to be able to address this new shift in work paradigm. This is where we think the Vision Zero is the most relevant approach. There is various classification of workers needed to be addressed, from the formally employed to the self-employed and the gig workers. To allow for better protection from employment injury, the most important elements are: 1, to believe that accidents are preventable. 2, to believe that working and earning an income should not be a cause of injury. Thirdly, to believe that our health should not be affected by our jobs. And finally, to believe that in the end, our well-being as a human worker is the most important. Therefore, for our future undertaking in prevention, we are jumping into the Vision Zero bandwagon together with other countries. So, Alan, to answer your question earlier, yes, we have benefited from our systematic approach in safety and health, both directly and indirectly. But we need an injection from a new angle to bring this success even further. Vision Zero means we are heading towards zero accidents, and we would like to be there. With that final remark, I hand over the session back to our moderator. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Azman. I now turn to Basola. With a particular focus upon Africa, based on your extensive experience, how does the HR community link good OSH practice to corporate success, and how can this be delivered and supported more effectively in emerging economies, especially where so many people work in the informal economy? Basola, hand over to you.
Hi, Alan. Good to see you on here and the other panelists. It's a really great question. Thank you. Mr. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, once said, all too often, lives are shattered unnecessarily because of poor working conditions and inadequate safety systems. Let me encourage everyone to join in promoting safety and health at work. It is not only sound economic policy, it is a basic human right. So I will start by saying that we must look at the attainment of Vision Zero in the context of the fact that life is a system that works or does not, fundamentally based on what the people leading, managing, working, and living in the ecosystem believe and desire, what they think, what they know, and what they do or don't. People are the prime asset, and they make everything else on the balance sheet deliver or erode value. Be it with our governments at the national and state levels, in our various organizations, large, medium, small, and micro, within our communities and even at home in the family unit, there must be an understanding that life is a system of connected parts and that there are consequences for inaction. All these levels of governance therefore require people across levels to buy into the vision. And in this case, we are talking about Vision Zero and its benefits, the achievement of which will be enabled, by the existence of holistic and well-integrated strategies and plans, decisions and actions, measures for tracking progress, and of course, solid risk management. So what does good OSH practice look like? And how do HR professionals link good OSH practice to corporate success? Good OSH practice is fundamental, really, really fundamental to national, organizational, business, and individual success. It is the blood that gives life, and that's been my view for so many years. The European Agency for Safety and Health at Work, for example, says on its website that in tough economic times, it's important to remember that poor workplace safety and health costs money. What's more, case studies show that good OSH management in a business is linked to improved performance and profitability. My position has always been that great HR professionals need to first and foremost be great business professionals. And of course, we are talking about OSH now. I strongly believe they must be great OSH professionals too. To be impactful and valuable, all our talent management and people capability development efforts must derive from and drive fundamental business outcomes. And I dare say that OSH outcomes are foundational, they are fundamental. Without these, we cannot build anything towards business success because people will not be okay if OSH is not okay. Our businesses and activities cannot be as okay as they should if we do not have good OSH practices in place. Every nation, organization, every community, and every individual across the African nations, and of course across the world, therefore requires a very strong OSH vision. HR professionals, with our primary aim of driving prime people experience, must play a key role and collaborate with other stakeholders, quite importantly, OSH practitioners and workers and customers, governments, business leaders, and so on, to craft and bring to life the OSH vision, to bring to life Vision Zero. We cannot echo this enough, and I'm sure you all agree with me. People who feel safe and are healthy physically, mentally, professionally, financially, and otherwise make the world of work work. And they deliver high productivity, whether they are public servants, professionals in various sectors, entrepreneurs running their own businesses, or as members of a family. I must remind us that the criticality of ensuring the total well-being of people became quite glaring these past couple of years, dealing with the pandemic all over the world, not least in Africa. And of course, this is the forte of HR professionals and increasingly of all business leaders across multiple levels, from the board down to the CEO, to the executives, to managers, even down to supervisors and team leaders in the middle of the organization, who quite frankly lead the largest part of the companies. What I see happening increasingly, especially with the pervasiveness of digital tools, is the formation and leveraging of collaborative platforms through which HR, OSH, and other professionals connect, engage, ideate, and drive interventions, sometimes in partnership with each other, or with governments, with NGOs, corporates, etc., in order to strengthen awareness and understanding, to understand strengths and gaps, and to jointly craft interventions for bringing an OSH vision to life. I see this more with structured bodies, but less so with micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, the MSMEs, less so across communities, and probably very limited within the family unit. And this is really, really a big opportunity space. Consider these statistics. It is well known that MSMEs are a major backbone of economies, not least in developing countries, and Africa has quite a few. In Nigeria, for example, MSMEs account for 50% of GDP and employ more than 86% of the national workforce. In Ghana, a 2019 research from the Ministry of Trade and Industries titled National Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Policy revealed that the MSME sector employs more than 80% of the workforce and generates 70% of GDP. In Kenya, some 2018 data suggests MSMEs employ 85% of the labor force. Back to Nigeria, where I'm from and where I'm speaking with you today, 99% of MSMEs are micro enterprises, i.e. with less than 10 employees. They are sole owner operated. They are largely unstructured. They do not have formal processes for doing things. They are unaware of standards and best practices for operations. And really, they are largely unaware of how to stay safe, really, when you think about it. And yet, MSMEs are known to be strong innovators, fast-paced, and quite dynamic. They are also a breeding ground for entrepreneurial and managerial skills and experience. They survive and win daily. This is therefore a very, very huge opportunity area for driving awareness, knowledge, and understanding of good OSH practices. And I believe our African governments, agencies, and larger corporates have a huge role to play here. The former, in terms of policies, which the session has already been talking about, and the latter, in terms of role modeling, coaching, and mentoring. Imagine when you have a structured, large organization that has established safety management systems. The OSH principles are known. There's a lot of communication and awareness across, and people in that organization, they are living and breathing in OSH. Imagine such an organization being a role model to a micro or a small or medium scale organization that doesn't know very much about it. Imagine them teaching one another, hand holding, and bringing OSH to life, good OSH practices to life in all their organizations. imagine how our African economies can become transformed by focusing on this critical subset. Putting in place systemic strategies and solutions requires that we always consider and integrate 5 critical elements of capability, that is structure, process, people, culture, and leadership. We must look at it end to end. The end-to-end activities of the HR value chain touch on all these dimensions. And as HR professionals, because they drive people experience through talent management activities, from workforce planning to recruitment and internal resourcing and deployment, onboarding, learning and development, performance management, leadership succession, and all the people management processes and activities, we should increasingly reflect on the OSH practices that need to be integrated into each of these. What policies are required? What OSH policies are required? As well as how to keep OSH practices embedded and sustained. For example, through learning interventions, through day-to-day execution and competency management. Quite importantly also, for HR professionals to address how we ensure that line managers, who we know are ultimately accountable for driving value through people and other resources, how do they take ownership of this? And how do we hold them accountable? How do they hold themselves accountable? These are all very, very important things that we need to reflect on and do. So what can be done across Africa and or in individual countries? The agreement, for example, establishing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AFCA, entered into force on May 30th, 2019. If fully realized, the AFCA would cover 54 countries, and that's the largest of any regional trade bloc. That was the research that I got, creating a market encompassing more than 1.2 billion people with a combined economic output as of 2018 of $2.5 trillion. Standards are key to business delivery and success, and AFCA is thus one great opportunity to improve the emergence, embedding, and sustainability of good OSH practices across Africa. Number one, governments via platforms such as the Africa Union, the WHO, the World Health Organization, and so on, need to translate Vision Zero within the African context. There are dimensions related to climate change, to OSH practices, to slave trade, to worker rights that must be looked at within the context of OSH and within the context of Africa. We also, of course, need to learn from the governments in the more developed nations and vice versa in order to make the entire world a much safer place. Policies need to be crafted, secondly, communicated, implemented, monitored, and reported on regularly for clarity of strengths and gaps, for required gap closure interventions, and to give a sense of progress. In addition, my third point is that these will all require broad-based involvement of citizens across the continent for understanding, buy-in, and the required commitment to support Vision Zero on a daily basis. This also requires multi-platform engagement at the national level and down to the family unit. Federal, state, or provincial and local governments must all be involved. Everybody needs to hop on this train. Those that play within the informal sector, as well as professionals in structured organizations. Ministries of communication, the media, have a lot of work to do to reach the last man, the last woman, and the last child. Fourthly, I must also touch on the ubiquity of information in this digital age and the value the internet and connectivity brings. Technology-enabled platforms, apps, and digital tools need to be developed and massively deployed, leveraging agile approaches in order to reach those in that last mile, particularly in the micro enterprises, far out villages, and off-grid communities. With limited funding capacity, affordable apps would give them access to real-time information, education, and development options, as well as channels for delivering their businesses, and quite frankly, living life. Finally, there are many other areas that must be addressed, but let me close with the all too important need to embed OSH principles in the educational curricula and world of work, right from kindergarten through to tertiary institutions, workplaces, and the home. OSH content must be linked to competency proficiency levels for awareness, knowledge, skill, and the ability to define future pathways and craft new, refreshed approaches that deliver value and help achieve Vision Zero as the world turns and changes. This is something that I have been strongly advocating through my work when I was the CEO of the CIPM, and really in collaboration with IOSH, an organization that I admire so much, in terms of how do we bring OSH content into the world of HR, and how do we help HR professionals learn about how to better drive OSH principles, OSH standards, and OSH practices into their HR processes as they handhold and support the line and employees more broadly, and actually stakeholders across the space in delivering work safely. To achieve all the above, it all requires culture change and leadership. People need to be aware, involved, and active. They must be knowledgeable. They must have the skills and experience to do OSH well wherever they are daily. They must take accountability and own it. So let's all join hands to make Vision Zero a reality everywhere we live, work, and play. Thanks very much for listening.
Bisola, thank you so much for your hugely emotional and inspiring words. Working closely with you as I have for so long, I see your personal work and the impact of that, and I thank you and congratulate you. And echoing too the passion, the drive, the entrepreneurialism that is in existence in Africa. If we can give the tools, the systems, and the robust legal frameworks to support people, the future is certainly very, very bright for the continent of Africa, with leadership from yourself and other great people. So thank you once more, Bisola. I now turn to Robin, right the way around the world in New Zealand. I mean, Robin, welcome. New Zealand ISM, NZISM has done some fantastic work in terms of gender equality, and now has, we believe, as many, if not more women as men as members. How does the increased involvement of women in OSH roles add a further positive dimension to OSH considerations and corporate and national performance? Robin, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alan. Well, what drove the change in New Zealand? I think the New Zealand Institute of Safety Management, well, it was established in 1972, and currently we've got over 2,200 members. We've seen significant growth in our profession, particularly over the last 12 years as a result of a number of government and association initiatives, much of which was driven forward after the loss of 29 workers at Pike River in 2010. Like many countries, health and safety is primarily a male-dominated role, with women typically relegated to administrative functions. But what we've seen, though, in more recent times is a balancing of numbers in our health and safety roles. Our recent survey showed that across our profession, from students to fellows, we have about 80% employees and 20% consultants. But interestingly, for the past 2 years, we have approximately 50% women registered with the Institute. And furthermore, across all our members, 91% have a tertiary qualification. Well, how was this achieved? Well, certainly we've had societal changes where the traditional roles of men and women have been challenged, and there is now a greater acceptance away from the more outdated role modelling. But it's more than that. Businesses and organisations have seen the value of women in all roles, and there is no exception to health and safety. It is a combined effort from early adopter businesses, realising the untapped potential of 50% of the workforce, and understanding that they cannot operate in isolation, maintaining or supporting male-dominated roles. This is particularly true for businesses that wish to attract and retain good quality staff. And we're also seeing a broadening of health and safety into typically female-dominated areas such as health. The government has also appreciated the need to have a more inclusive workforce and has implemented institutional mechanisms to promote the advancement of women and gender equality. And this, in practical terms, has been through legislation, policy, and initiatives that support women. The Health and Safety Association of New Zealand, an umbrella organisation representing workforce health and safety disciplines in New Zealand, is a recent example where they have awarded scholarships for women to encourage and support health and safety practitioners to upskill from technical levels into leadership and governance. The outcome being enabling them to better influence and health and safety leadership and governance practice across New Zealand. So what does this bring? Well, I've heard the arguments in the past, why bother encouraging women? They'll just leave and have babies, or they're not strong enough for health and safety environment, which is an immense underestimation of the tenacity and capacity of women in health and safety. So what do they bring to the table? One area of strength is the diversity of thought. It is said that two different heads are better than two similar ones. And this is especially true for health and safety, given the large portion of time is given to problem solving on health and safety issues. Similarly, women bring unique skills and approaches that can complement the skills in the workforce, given a broader range of resources for organisations to utilise when needed. And for many companies, there's a worker shortage, and failing to utilise skilled health and safety professionals simply because of their gender is not good business sense. I like to look at it from a broader perspective. A workforce should reflect the environment in which it operates, and we have also a responsibility as good corporate citizens to support gender equality, acknowledging that a balance in representation across all genders can help to broaden perspectives and drive better decision making. This momentum is continuing further as we see gender equality forming part of risk and operational decisions. Studies have shown that a more diverse workforce, as represented by women across all levels of the organisation, is correlated with higher average returns, and these organisations are outperforming their less diverse peers. Correspondingly, we need to optimise our success with health and safety, taking every little advantage we can in order to protect the lives and livelihoods of our workforce. So, how can we actually support women in health and safety? Well, I look to the examples of how we've achieved this in New Zealand. At a national level, encouraging and campaigning for government influence for equality through supportive legislation and policies helps to create an environment of expectations that actually challenges businesses to do better. I also have an opinion that access to relevant education has enabled many women to become skilled in the health and safety disciplines. We have seen the growth of tertiary level extramural training over the years in New Zealand, which allows flexible learning options, enabling women to upskill in health and safety outside of regular daytime classes. And we know that students who complete extramural training achieving tertiary level qualification already demonstrate to their profession clear commitment and time management skills. We have an opportunity to encourage education providers to offer flexible learning options so that women in particular can learn. This not only increases individual capability, but capacity across a nation. One of the ways the New Zealand Institute of Safety Management contributes to women in health and safety is through supporting the Women in Safety Excellence New Zealand network as a special interest group. This network promotes the equity and advancement of women in the safety profession, striving to influence industry to address current and future safety challenges affecting women in the workforce locally, nationally, and globally. My challenge to you then, as businesses and individuals, is for you to appreciate that we should be capitalising on the talents of women in health and safety to ensure we optimise the solution to reduce harm to our workforces as much as possible, utilising all available resources and skill sets regardless of gender, and most importantly, champion actions that allow this. Thank you, Alan.
Robin, thank you so much. Wow, I'm sure there isn't a nation and certainly not a OSH institute that isn't inspired and full of respect and keen to learn and copy everything you've done. So thank you so much for sharing your powerful message. I'd like to continue our conversation now by asking our panelists a few short questions. Firstly, back to Dr. Azman. Dr. Azman, what would be one key coordinated action that leadership could take on the level of companies, governments, and at the global coalition level in order to break that plateau that you referred to and draw closer and faster to Vision Zero? And what are the valuable lessons learned in the process of implementing the master plan that's helped Malaysia steer towards better outcomes in lowering occupational injuries and accidents? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, moderator. In my opinion, the most important action that the leadership at every level can do is to increase the visibility of safety and health at work as a priority. Leadership is needed to coordinate all their stakeholders concurrently so that the campaign on importance of safety and health for workers receives an injection of pace. For example, awareness and education must be joined together with resources, enforcement, rules and regulations. Do all this at the same time and with vigor, and we can kickstart the machineries much faster. So leaders must change their own perception and demonstrate that workplace safety and health is not just one aspect in management, but is an important aspect of management together with progress, profit, and product. If we do that, we can move to the next phase and break the plateau. This question relates to the earlier response on coordination. A valuable lessons that we have experienced in the implementation of the OSH master plan was that when we get everyone on board, not only we have a better picture of what was happening, but we can also plan and strategize better according to the current risks and issues. For example, in the OSH master plan 2021 to 2025, one of the strategic components is about the gig economies and future work. This was outside of what the traditional workplace safety and health plans had covered, but the coordination with various agencies allow for this area to be prioritized. Inputs from the usual stakeholders and new stakeholders for contributions demonstrates that workplace safety and health is not just confined to the traditional labor inspectors, social security practitioners, employers or employees, but it is an issue for everybody. My most recent example is the OSH Master Plan 2021 to 2025, which was endorsed and announced by the Prime Minister himself. So my final words is that we must shift the ownership of safety and health to as many stakeholders as we possibly can.
Thank you, Dr. Azman. Turning now to Martina. Looking from an asset management perspective, what legal implications do you think will arise when it comes to the anticipated inclusion of safe and healthy working conditions in the ILO's framework for fundamental principles and rights at work?
If health and safety risk regulation is making its way finally to the fore, it's fair to answer that corporations and investors in Europe are already being mandated to assess and report on a variety of sustainability risks and, going forward, principal adverse impacts, including health and safety risks. Under the NFRD, the Non-Financial Reporting Directive, and now the up-and-coming Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the CSRD, corporations will be mandated to disclose ESG information by 2024. And ultimately, the current scope of listed companies will be extended further to all large companies and all companies listed on regulated markets. It will literally require that companies have to provide an audit and assurance of reported sustainability risk information. And there will be more detailed reporting requirements to showcase that companies are meeting EFRAG's European's sustainability reporting standards going forward. And it will also require that companies will need to digitally tag the reported information so that it becomes machine readable and feeds into the European single access point envisaged as part of the Capital Markets Union Action Plan. And lastly, for investors, there's a similar trajectory. With the EU's Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, the so-called SFDR, which came into force on the 10th of March last year, we will be mandated as of the 1st of January 2023 to disclose the full sustainability risk profile of our investment products. And ultimately, SFDR aims to increase the transparency of sustainability risks and adverse negative impacts. It aims to improve the comparability of financial products when we talk about sustainable investment. And it aims to contribute to the realignment of the investment flows that we have been seeing flowing into this market at scale. And last but not least, SFDR also aims to reduce greenwashing activities. So this means that the disclosure of sustainability risks at large, and again, this includes health and safety risks, will ultimately be achieved through a list of these predefined metrics that have been issued also under the supervision of the regulatory authorities here in Europe. And that means that for the first time now, we really have a framework that assesses environmental, social, and governance risks at scale across the investment value chain.
Thank you, Martina. Now, going back to Bisola. Bisola, we heard you talk about the gender-related challenges and opportunities in the world of OSH in New Zealand that Robin spoke about. Do you recognise similar challenges and opportunities in West Africa? And if you could imagine one key measure from either employers or governments, what would have the most immediate impact on better OSH across West Africa? What would that be?
Thanks, Alan. Indeed, the challenges with female representation in, let me call them high-risk, highly technical type work environments, it's not limited to the developed world. And I mean, you could imagine that there'll be probably much more of those types of challenges in developing nations. Africa, particularly because of the kind of culture that we have where women are traditionally expected to be in the background, not to be that vocal, and to kind of do much more in the home, while the man is the one that goes out and brings in the bacon. So we do have the challenges of having enough awareness across women folk, having enough female in OSH type roles, and take that all the way from entry-level jobs through to leadership positions to board positions. Generally, we don't have enough female representation in leadership positions where bold decisions are taken that define the future, that drive towards the future and actually achieve that future. So fundamentally, it's important that we really pay attention to that. And the one metric that I would pick is the percentage of OSH-affiliated women. And that word affiliated, I've picked very, very deliberately. And they don't necessarily have to be OSH professionals in the technical and professional sense of it, but they are affiliated because they know about, they understand, they believe in, and they buy into and are driving OSH. So we need that percentage of OSH-affiliated women in board, executive, management, and supervisory positions and roles to be determined, defined, a baseline. OSH-affiliated women in leadership positions need to be defined. And then we start to look at the gap. Why is that gap there? And then what interventions do we need to put in place to move towards whatever the target that might have been set is. I remember when I worked in a global oil and gas company, as part of D&I interventions, there was this general problem, you know, female representation in leadership positions. There was a target, I think it was going on 9 years, and only maybe 30% of that target had been achieved as of the time I'm speaking of. And in my role, which was a global talent management role, moving skills around and helping to deploy resources, helping individuals achieve their dream jobs and all of that, what I basically did with my job and the power and authority I had in my job was to drive the decisions, my committee and panelists that took selection decisions, was to drive them to focus on the gender aspiration, that target. And we looked at all the reasons why it would be a good decision to have a female in a job versus a male, for as long as we were not compromising or sacrificing the delivery responsibility and accountability of whoever was going to be selected. And by the end of my tenure, I was so proud to see that we had moved the needle by a very, very large number. And that, of course, was done in collaboration and partnership with a lot of people. So the line leaders had to be engaged, they had to be involved. And of course, as I said, we had to embed this in the processes and we had to track over time. So in a nutshell, have that metric that tracks the percentage of OSHA-affiliated women in positions of leadership and intervene over time to close gaps such that we move towards a predefined target. I think that would be really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Basola. Absolutely. Thank you. A super point. Move now to Robin, please. Robin, you spoke so eloquently and convincingly about the importance and value of female representation across all levels of the organisation, especially in OSH. Which has resulted in producing higher average returns. You also mentioned the importance of access to education, if we could focus on that piece, please, as a key facilitator to achieving gender balance. What can OSH bodies do further, such as NZISM, IOSH and others, to do in order to bridge any gaps between existing education-related demands of female workforce and the decision makers and recruiters in the workplace?
Thanks, Alan. Well, actually, it's a multifaceted approach, to be honest. What we're seeing at the moment in terms of actions that NZISM and others are doing in the industry is looking at different ways that we can not only empower women, but empower the profession as a whole. The first thing that I'd like to talk about is that we are creating, along with other organisations, we're supporting them to develop an understanding of the expectations of health and safety professions at every part of their career level. For example, if you have a beginner, what does their education look like and what does their work experience look like, all the way through to chartered and fellow members. What this does is actually set a platform for the expectations for men and women, giving them some idea about what they need to do to progress through their career in health and safety. And this gives a good framework, allowing people to understand what each person or what is being brought to the particular roles. What we're also doing is that we're working with tertiary education facilities to understand what offerings that they've done and that they have in health and safety and what the gaps are as well. Already we've produced a document called Pathway to Accreditation, which gives health and safety professionals looking to advance the understanding of what's out there and what they need to know, all collated in one document. And this means that when a woman sits down and says, I want a career in health and safety, they've got guidance material which clearly articulates the options that are available to them as well. We're also, in terms of working with industry bodies and other organisations to identify the needs that they've got and provide support and resources. I mentioned about the Women in Health and Safety group that we have. We provide a lot of administrative support to enable that group to be able to function effectively. One new initiative that we've taken on, which we think will be very successful, is we've developed a governance group. So health and safety professionals, and I believe Basola mentioned as well, is that it's been difficult to move women through from a very technical role all the way through to governance. And by having a particular group or that focuses on developing governance, provides an opportunity for women to participate and develop their governance skill at that higher level in terms of health and safety, so that when they're sitting at that board table, they can bring those skills to that particular board table as well. But I think, you know, Basola really hit on it. She said, and I quote, life is a system of connected parts. And I think that's the key thing. It's not just one thing that industry or associations such as ours can do. It's actually a multifaceted approach. It's, for example, working with these industry groups, working with the government, working, with strategic alignment with IOSH and other international bodies to be able to pull our resources together to work away at providing opportunities so that when women are looking for their career progression or to become more involved in health and safety, that those opportunities are available and communicated to them. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you, Robin. I'm sure our audience today will agree with me that the discussion could go on for so much longer because our key speakers here, all four key speakers, have just made so many great points. Unfortunately, I'm mindful of time, so at this moment I'd like to thank Robin for the last points, as well as everybody else for their points to date. And as way as of beginning to close the panel session, I offer the floor to each of the speakers in turn for a very short closing remark. So firstly, to Dr. Azman.
Thank you, Ellen. Firstly, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to IOSH and the organizing committee for the opportunity to participate in the forum. I suppose when discussing the ROI for workplace safety and health, the focus would have been more on the direct returns, whether profit or savings. There's no doubt that dollars and cents are important, but with my background in social security, I must emphasize that the return of investment on safety and health is much larger than that. The focus should also be on the indirect returns that includes their safety, their health, their well-being, their sustainability, and their productivity as a worker. An accident or disease disrupts so many aspects of life that safety and health at work must be a priority. This is what I like about the Vision Zero that we are all embarking on, because it is about safety, health, and well-being. Thank you for inviting me to be part of today's forum, and I wish everyone a safe and pleasant conference.
Thank you, Dr. Azman. Martina.
Lastly, it has been a great pleasure and honor to take part in this forum. I see there is a need for further stakeholder collaboration amongst corporations, investors, service providers, and other stakeholders at large. And I hope with the in-depth understanding of environmental and social and corporate governance issues and the specific lens on health and safety issues and metrics, we will be jointly able to better understand how we can prevent, how we can mitigate, and how we can remediate specific actions that are also potentially leading to controversies that corporations and financial market participants at large aim to avoid and prevent for the long term. So thank you again for making me part of this discussion and session, and I'm delighted to support IOSH's efforts to bring health and safety not only to the fore when policies and practices in corporations are concerned, but to also liaise and interlink their efforts with the investor community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. Basola, closing remarks, please.
Thank you, Alan. It's really great to have a global summit such as this one, where we can all engage across geographical, discipline, and cultural and language borders to discuss Vision Zero. It's really, really great. Engagement is key. It is a building block, a fundamental building block for broad-based awareness, deep understanding, clarity, and action, actually. For me, I just really want to emphasize the need for us to also move beyond engagement. Engagement never ends. We'll continue having the engagements, and we'll continue to ask the questions, and together we'll collaboratively identify what needs to be done. But we've got to move to those collaborative interventions that are jointly crafted and jointly delivered. And I'm sure we all remember how the world actually was together during the COVID-19 pandemic. The world essentially was focused on a united goal to really, really kill COVID. and everything that has been being done since 2020 until now, there's just still a lot of focus on that one goal, which of course is part of Vision Zero as well. So I want us to continue the engagement, have some very critically defined and agreed upon actions, few of them, but very, very, the ones we consider game changers and that can leapfrog us into that aspiration of Goal Zero. So yeah, there it is. Let's just come together and make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you for such inspiring words once more, Pasola. And finally, last but certainly in no way least, I'll leave the final remarks from our panelists to Robin.
Thank you again, Ellen. I guess there's three key things that I think are particularly important. And from listening to all of our speakers today, one of the key things that came across to me was that we do not operate in isolation. And having the Vision Zero Summit and being able to participate means that we get an appreciation of what everyone is doing across the globe in terms of health and safety. It makes us realise that we're not operating in isolation and that there is opportunities for us through participating in these events that allow to develop our understanding and hearing about other ways that other organisations and countries are addressing the occupational health and safety challenge. I guess the key thing for me is it's important to learn to be able to work strategically about health and safety. We can't do it in isolation. We can't operate in our own silos. What is important is that we hear the challenges and the learnings from other organisations and bring those ones back to our own countries and to our own workforces so that we can help develop and progress health and safety. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to be able to present today, and I look forward to what else is happening over the next part of the summit.
Fantastic, Robin. Thank you so much. I hope our audience will agree with me that this is a very stimulating and motivating discussion, bringing perspectives on OSH from across the world, from Nigeria, New Zealand, Europe, Malaysia. A huge thank once more to our panelists for participating and sharing with us their valuable insights. A huge thanks to you, our audience, our wonderful audience, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I have. We're now going to take a 1 hour break. And when we convene, we'll be continuing with a new panel discussion, exploring the role of management and leadership in moving towards Vision Zero, specifically focusing on supply chains. So thank you for your time, enjoy your break, and we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Dear session chairs and speakers, thank you very much for this exciting first part of your sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit organizer kindly asks you to spend a few minutes to complete a short survey about future Vision Zero promotion activities. Please click on the banner Request for Survey and share your view by filling the questionnaire. Thank you for your kind support. But now it is time for a well-deserved break. During the break, we will show interesting video spots and information from our supporters and sponsors. Relax and enjoy. The second part of the sessions will begin as indicated on the screen. Please be back on time.
we at IDEC, our main business is HMI, human-machine interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address a new requirement from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて 危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで、怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は、安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流、ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から、働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術、セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have 3 effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture, and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and OSH consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOSH Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We at IDEC, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
There's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP NEXT。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/vision0 to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We at IDEC, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて、安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites, enhances workers' safety, secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and OSH consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOSH Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Day 2 of the Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022. The summit is the result of collective effort by many different organizations and individuals. It is organized by the Global Coalition for Safety and Health at Work, Task Group of Vision Zero at the enterprise level, and the Institute of Global Safety Promotion in close collaboration with the official co-organizers. We also would like to thank again our supporters and sponsors for their important contributions to organization of the summit. Please note the recording, filming, and storage of image of the summit, as well as posting or unauthorized use of summit content, is not allowed. Thank you very much for your kind understanding. Now, please go back to your session by clicking on the respective room on the left-hand side of the web page and enjoy the second part of the session.
A warm welcome to our participants from around the world to our third panel discussion in our important session on future business leaders achieving healthier performance and productivity. My name is Alan Stevens and I'm Head of Strategic Engagement at IOSH and your moderator for this session. And I'll be joined by an incredible panel of distinguished guest speakers who I'll introduce to you shortly. In our second panel discussion, we looked at how global trends are shaping a new world of work with changes in workplace demographics, technology and working practices, as well as conducting the responses to COVID-19 pandemic, putting increasing pressure on businesses to operate sustainably and responsibly all along their supply chains. As a consequence, managers and leaders must now focus not only on what results are delivered, but more than ever on how those results are obtained throughout their manufacturing or service processes. At the heart of this, of course, is good OSH practice. Managers and leaders must progress beyond factory boundaries to understand instead how the well-being of their staff and their supply chain partner staff can deliver reputational and competitive advantages. They need to work to mitigate their impacts on the environment and society, and they consider the principles of good, social good in all they do, regardless of where activity takes place. These entities will find it easier to source finance, recruit and retain great people, to make better client relationships. They're also championed by their loyal customer base, who are becoming more concerned than ever by how their goods are made, not just the price of the goods they buy. In summary, we believe that good businesses are more successful when placing OSH at the heart of their supply chains. This panel session discusses the complexities in improving OSH across key supply chains, and it showcases examples of how the ILO Vision Zero Fund focuses on improving OSH in key sectors, how investors such as the Asia Development Bank support good OSH practices in their projects, and we will also showcase how outstanding OSH practices that have been driven throughout a collaborative manufacturing process. I'd like now to introduce the panelists for our next discussion. Firstly, Occupational, Global Program Manager of the Vision Zero Fund at the International Labour Organization, ILO. Next, Felix Ni Teti Oku, Senior Social Development Specialist at the Asia Development Bank. Thirdly, Choke Huckentod, Director of Health and Safety at Nike. He's joined by Leslie Kavanagh, Senior Director, Partner Responsibility, also at Nike. And finally, Arif Zaman, Executive Director of the Commonwealth Business Network, CBWN. I'd like to open by asking Okat Dupa from the ILO Vision Zero Fund to please explain how the Vision Zero Fund works and why OSH is of such importance, and what is the priority for the Vision Zero Fund over the future period. So Okat, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Alan, for inviting me to be part of this really fantastic panel that you've put together. It's great to see our colleagues from around the world joining us, in particular our colleagues from Nike, with whom we've been working very, very closely over the past few years. Well, maybe to start, just to remind everybody a little bit what the history of the Vision Zero Fund is. It's an initiative that is administered by the International Labour Organization, but in fact, it's an initiative of the G7 under the German presidency of 2015. And it was really born in the wake of the 2013 Rana Plaza tragedy. And I think everybody is aware of that very, very noteworthy and tragic incident in 2013. And our goal sounds very simple. Of course, it's a very complicated one, which is to reduce accidents, injuries, and diseases in global supply chains. Now, the fund, and you talked about a number of different sectors earlier, the fund is active in 3 sectors, namely agriculture, construction, and garment and textiles. And we estimate that over the last 5 years, since we've become operational, our work has benefited around 7.1 million workers around the world. Now, we work at global level, and I'll come back to that a little bit later, but we also work, of course, at national, sectoral, and workplace levels, because we think all of these are interrelated, and I could explain a little bit more later. But you asked how we work, and I think to summarize it, it's really based on the notion of collective action. Our strategy, our current strategy that runs through 2023 is called Collective Action for Safe and Healthy Supply Chains, and the idea is really rooted in the notion that the root causes of occupational safety and health deficits are complex, they're multifaceted, and they cannot really be addressed by one actor alone. So it requires an approach that involves a wide range of stakeholders acting collectively. And this is why we value the partnership we have with IOSH. We entered into a partnership with IOSH last year, and we also just recently signed a partnership agreement with Nike, and we're very, very pleased. And I think collectively, again, we can leverage the knowledge, the expertise of Nike in this case, of IOSH, and of our other partners to really improve safety and health for all workers around the world. Now, being part of the ILO has a number of advantages for us. And I think the most important is that we can really use or leverage the convening power of the International Labour Organization to bring different stakeholders together. And of course, it helps us tremendously to further our goal of collective action. And secondly, and I think very importantly, is all our work that we do around the world is sort of rooted in international labor standards. Now, you asked why OSH is so important, and I think the numbers bear it out. I think if you look at the latest estimates, and the Vision Zero Fund had a very small hand in producing those recent WHO ILO estimates, each year at least 1.9 million people die from exposure to 19 major occupational risk factors. 360 million non-fatal occupational accidents occur each year, resulting in more than 4 days of absence from work. Now, this is tragic, and these numbers are extraordinary, but I think what's also important to point out is that the burden is not shared equally. It's not equally distributed. About 2/3, it's estimated that about 2/3 of global work-related mortality occurs in Asia, followed by Africa. And this really reflects the distribution of both the world's population and hazardous work on the one hand, as well as the differing levels of national economic development. And we know, and you mentioned COVID-19, Alan, and we know that COVID-19 really opened the world's eyes to the importance of occupational safety and health, not only to protect the health of workers, but as you also mentioned, to ensure business continuity. And the last point I want to make about the importance of safety and health is our participants and audience may know that the ILO is in the process of considering whether to include occupational safety and health into our fundamental principles and rights at work. And this will be, I venture to say, a game changer for occupational safety and health, because what it means in practice is that governments and the social partners will now have to report every 2 years to the ILO on what they're doing to realize the principles contained in the fundamental conventions that will be decided, that will be selected by the International Labour Conference this June. Now you asked, and I'm going to end with that. I think I have a minute and a half left. I wanted to just end a little bit by talking about our priorities. You asked about our priorities. I think one of the priorities for the Vision Zero Fund in the next years is to focus our work much more on the impact of climate change on occupational safety and health. We're developing some pilot projects at the moment, and I'd be happy to talk about it later if there's an opportunity. We also want to strengthen our private sector engagement. I think it's important that we've brought Nike on board, we've got Siemens on board, another number of other companies are considering joining the fund. And I think it's very important. I think multinationals like Nike have knowledge, they have expertise, and we can really leverage their power and influence to drive change across supply chains. We are going to continue our work on COVID-19. Sadly, we're not at the end yet, and I think it's important for us to work more at the systemic level. A lot of our work in the past few years have focused very much on emergency relief, but I think now building strong systems at national and workplace level are very important. I think we want to also, and I want to end with this, we want to continue to high quality knowledge products, and we produced over 70 in the last 5 years, and we're working currently on a global report on occupational safety and health that we will launch at our high level forum next year. And then yeah, I'm going to stop there. I think I've hopefully kept within my time. Thank you, Alan.
No, thank you, Oka. There's so much to talk about, and so thank you for condensing it into your time. I think we can come back to some of the points that you kindly raised in a while. So thank you very much. I'll turn now to Felix. Thinking from the development bank's perspective, what is the role of development banks in driving improved OSH outcomes along supply chains, and particularly in your case when you're thinking of Asia? Can you explain, please, some examples of how some of the Asia Development Bank activities keep abreast with good OSH practice within its portfolio of work? So Felix, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alan, and good morning from the UK, good afternoon from Manila, which is my sort of capital. Yes, I couldn't have maybe had a better time of participating in this forum, and I really want to be very grateful for the expert panel of that you've assembled for this meeting, which looks quite very, very, very timely. I want to maybe piggyback on some of the delving or the statistics that were shared by Oket. It just goes to confirm the kind of disproportionate impact that the region that I represent, Asia, it receives from the OSH risk factors that were shown. And they just want to highlight that the ILO is one of our very key stakeholders. The policy provisions that I will explain in a minute, within which we mainstream OSH risks in our project that are funded, is currently being updated, and the ILO is a key partner. I'll reach out later to Oket and see how we could collaborate in that spectrum, because I think there will be a lot of leveraging that we could do in that space. But we're a development bank, Asian Development Bank, and what makes us quite different from commercial bank is we go beyond just profit marginalization. We look into development outcomes, addressing inequalities, and broadly removing people from abject poverty. Let me put it this way. So when we go into project, the additionality that ADB brings on board is not just profit maximization, but making sure people are safe. It's very, very primary. You cannot make a you cannot address anybody's inequality or poverty situation when you have fatalities on site. How does ADB mainstream OSH provisions? We do that from a very strategic level, from a policy provisions. Our key policy instrument is what we call the Safeguard Policy Statement. And that's what I alluded that is currently been updated. And it's been updated to align with our very future strategy, which we call ADB Strategy 2030. The policy provisions actually mandate our borrowers and clients to ensure that they have safe systems of work that is devoid from chemical, physical, biological, radiological, and diseases at the work site. Our policy provisions is based on several principles. Principle 10 of it requires that our borrowers would ensure that our workers and workplaces are safe for healthy working places. The SPS, as we call it, contains policy principles, a requirement for identification, assessment, management, planning for project with occupational health and safety risks and impact. Policy principle 10, as I mentioned, covers occupational health and safety, but it also covers community health and safety. As we noted, occupational health and safety risks are quite very multifaceted and requires a very collaborative or integrated approach to work. So we don't just look at just the workers, but we look at workplaces and surrounding communities that actually surround those workplaces. It mandates borrowers and clients to ADB to provide workers with safe and healthy working conditions, which is devoid of accidents, injuries, diseases, and above all, is establish preventive and emergency preparedness and response measures to avoid, and where avoidance is not possible, minimize adverse impact and risk to the safety and health of local communities, in line with what we call the mitigation hierarchy. For occupational health and safety, we have a safeguard requirement 1, because there are 3 safeguards that requires our borrowers to provide workers with a safe and healthy working conditions. Workers in this sense are defined to include non-employee workers engaged by the borrower or the client through contractors or other intermediaries to work on project sites or perform work which directly is related to project core functions. So that is how our supply chain requirement is cascaded across our work steps. Now, the hierarchy of mitigation there says that prior to when we identify projects and we're working with our clients, if at all possible, we should design out core exposure to occupational health and safety hazards. But in the real world, this is always not available. So we tend to then go into the next tier of the hierarchy, which we then assess risk and we plan for any residual risks that are coming out of implementing those projects. Our contracts and loan covenants are to our borrowers, but we know in many instances it's not our borrowers that implement the project. It's contractors and subcontractors down the chain that actually implement the project. So we make sure that those loan covenants that we put in the loan agreement with our borrowers are equally cascaded to the contract and contract working places. Our observations have shown that the occupational health risk increases down the chain most of the time, where you have maybe an EPC contractor or a major international consultant or EPC contractor that had come to do work and is subcontracting to several local contractors. And that's where the weakness normally happens. And we do have issues with injuries, lost time associated to be ranging from first aid all the way up to fatalities, unfortunately, to respond. At a corporate level, we also have what we called our social protection strategy, and that looks broader social dimensions element to addressing inequalities at the work site. And we use that as well to mainstream how we address OSH issues on the site. So from my introductory comments, if you notice, the weakest link is now at the downline of the supply chain. What ADB has done over the years, and is now even giving a very big promotion to, is trying to put in a lot of knowledge products, a lot of capacity development programs to address the capacities of our borrowers and clients down the supply chain, and putting in adequate and maybe robust monitoring and reporting requirements to make sure that we're actually seeing what is happening on the project sites, which sort of resonates with what Oket mentioned in terms of reporting. What key performance indicators do we put into our project management plans to ensure that there is regular reporting for us to have visibility on what's happening on our project sites. And I know I've got 7 minutes, I can go on and on, but let me probably maybe leave it here, Alan. And when we come up, I can tell you additional measures that we're putting in place, but we're designing a whole robust corporate monitoring system that will be rolling out with a new updated safeguard policy statement. Safeguard policy statement is scheduled to go live maybe early part of 2024. And as part of it, we're looking to roll out a corporate monitoring system to underpin that safeguard implementation strategy, where now we'll have maybe robust and maybe real-time visibility on what's happening on our project sites. Because we want, as ADB, as a development bank, to ascribe to a zero harm projects that we support, not the ones that just we sort of align with, but any project that we support, not necessarily funding, but it could be a trust fund that we oversee. We want to ensure that there's zero harm on every single project. And this has already been shown during the COVID pandemic. We issued safe work practices for our workplaces, and that has contributed to a lot of safe reopening of our work sites following easing of conditions in our development member countries after the pandemic. I'll end here, and then maybe we could come back to a little bit more in the run-up of the issues. Thank you very much.
Fascinating, Felix. Thank you so much for your points. It's so interesting to hear through the investor's lens. Perhaps we change now and look at it through the manufacturer's lens. I turn to our good friends at Nike, Choke and Leslie. I'll start with Choke, if I may, please. And could you tell us more, please, about the exciting work that you're doing at Nike to improve OSH along your supply chain, and how, through your involvement with the ILO Vision Zero Fund, you hope to influence the garment manufacturing industry more broadly? Over to you, Choke.
All right. Thank you, Alan. And thank you for inviting Nike to join the panel. We're happy to talk about some of the programs that we've implemented within our supply chain, which we feel is not only unique, but uniquely effective. So my name is Choke Huckentod. I'm the Nike Director of Health and Safety and part of the responsible supply chain team. At Nike, we believe firmly a safe and healthy workplace contributes to a flexible, resilient, and thus a more successful business. And I don't think that, within the last 2 years, we've seen that especially true operating in the COVID environment. We also believe that a safe and healthier workforce starts with leaders. So leaders who set the ethical tone of their companies, they develop principles that nobody gets hurt at work. And we share this common vision with our suppliers in our value chain. So as Nike, as we develop our programs within the supply chain, we've realized that the size and scale of the work requires a team effort. Leslie's going to talk a little bit about the size and the scale. But for my purposes, in addition to monitoring and setting performance targets for our suppliers, we actively search for organizations that share the principle that nobody gets hurt at work and can help Nike and our partners accelerate and scale our health and safety programs in countries where we operate. So as Ockert mentioned, we recently signed an agreement with the Vision Zero Fund. And as he explained, the Vision Zero Fund brings together governments, employer organizations, worker organizations, and companies like Nike to jointly advance towards the vision of achieving zero severe and fatal work-related accidents. So that vision of Vision Zero Fund aligns very closely with Nike's vision and principle that nobody gets hurt at work. Now, bringing a credible organization like the Vision Zero Fund, which is an international organization, bringing them on board enables Nike suppliers to accelerate their work. Collectively through some of the Vision Zero Fund initiatives and their resources, we can research and identify systemic health and safety problems and enhance our suppliers' capabilities to solve these problems. Additionally, one of the advantages of working with the Vision Zero Fund is we're able to leverage some of the great work that's been done by other ILO organizations like Better Work, and we can scale these programs to other countries and geographies. With that said, our initial program and project that we're going to work with the Vision Zero Fund will be on traffic and vehicle safety. again, gaining from the experience and learnings from the Better Work Cambodia project that has been running for more than 5 years. So, fundamentally, we believe that workers should be safe, at work, but we also believe that they should be able to get to and from work safely as well. So we're excited to accelerate this work and enable our suppliers to address this issue more effectively with the help of ILO's Vision Zero Fund. So, Alan, I'm going to keep this short. I know you've got some other questions for me later, but thank you again for the opportunity to speak about one of our strategic programs, and specifically about the one that we've put together with the Vision Zero Fund. So I'd like to just turn it back to you and Leslie to discuss other exciting health and safety programs that we've begun to implement, in particular, one that we've implemented with your organization, IOSH.
Thank you, Choke. It's great to hear your points this morning, and we'll return to you shortly to pick up on some of those comments. But I turn now to Leslie, please. And thinking of your suppliers, in dealing with your suppliers, what do you think everything Choke just discussed means to them, as well as the successes you've achieved and hope to achieve with your transformation? How do your suppliers respond to the Nike focus, and what benefits have they found through this focus on OSH? Over to you, Leslie.
Thanks, Alan, and thanks again for inviting Nike to be on the panel today. My name is Leslie Kavanagh, and I'm the Senior Director for Nike's Global Partner Responsibility Team. And we're a team of 75 located in our manufacturing countries. So that's 10. My team is based across 10 countries. Nike actually manufactures in over 40. And we actually report into Nike's responsible supply chain team. So as Choke said, I wanted to give a little bit of insights into the scale of Nike's supply chain. And as we all know, global supply chains are really complex. At Nike, we work with third-party contract manufacturing suppliers. And as I said, that's across 40 countries. So Nike products made in those 40 countries with over 450 finished goods factories. And those suppliers employ more than 1 million people working on Nike and Converse product. So the opportunity to drive impact at scale is really significant. And we work really closely with these suppliers to confirm that they have the right strategies, capabilities, and resources in place to comply with Nike's code of conduct, to comply with local laws. But also we have suppliers executing against initiatives that will drive positive impact in labor, health, safety, and to the environment. Today, though, I want to focus on some work that we're driving with a subset of Nike's largest suppliers through a forum that we call Nike's Supplier Sustainability Council. And the council members include like the most senior leaders from both suppliers and Nike. So we've got chief executive officers, chief operations officers, chief supply chain officers, really senior sustainability and health and safety leaders as well. And the purpose of the council is to drive collective action against key trends within the footwear and apparel manufacturing industry. And we want to embed them into long-term strategies so we're able to mitigate risk and ultimately help protect the planet. So we have 11 supplier members of the council, and those 11 represent about 50% of Nike's finished goods volume, and they employ more than 500,000 workers working on Nike product. So with this specific group of suppliers, we're driving industry-leading initiatives across climate action, human resources, traceability, and relevant to the panel today, transformational leadership in health and safety. So the transformational leadership in health and safety program was developed actually in collaboration with IOSH, and we piloted it with a few council members, and we're currently scaling it to all 11 suppliers who are in that council. The intention being to scale it beyond the council to more Nike suppliers in the future. So I want to talk a little bit more about this program specifically. specifically. So leaders in these supplier groups, they learn how to more effectively govern health and safety at an enterprise level, and what their role is in setting the ethical tone at the very senior levels of the corporation. And the outcome of the program is to self-identify gaps in the governance structure and develop a roadmap for areas of improvement. And the feedback about this program has been really positive, with several members actually saying that it has helped them strengthen governance, not only in health and safety, but in other areas of their business too. So really powerful feedback from those members that have been involved with the program so far. So along with other supplier initiatives, we expect this program will lead to long-term sustained improvement in health and safety and well-being of supplier employees and the communities in which they operate. So back to you, Alan.
Fantastic, Leslie. I mean, the scale is staggering, and thank you for all of your work, and thank you once more for being here today. I'll now turn to Arif. As Executive Director of the Commonwealth Business Women's Network, can you please share how your views on OSH and the supply chain related challenges faced by business women, specifically on the gender issue, and female workers across the Commonwealth? Looking at it through the female lens, share your views, Arif, of where things sit across the Commonwealth, please. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alan. A great pleasure to be here today. Yes, the Commonwealth Business Women's Network, not the Business Network, I think we mentioned earlier. So the Business Women's Network, I'm going to do a very short presentation here, just run through in a few minutes that I've got. So if I just bring this up, and I'll just go to share screen, and then I'll go straight to the presentation. So just very brief in terms of the overview. I hope that's all clear in terms of what you have in front of you. I'm delighted to be here today. So the Commonwealth Business Women's Network, before I turn to that, just a reminder of the importance of the Commonwealth in terms of the relevance both in the world today, but also in relation to important quote from Pascal Lamy about the help that the Commonwealth has in framing issues and building confidence. So briefly, I'm just going to cover these things in the next few minutes, 5 or 6 minutes. I'll say something about the Commonwealth context, something about digital technology, specific focus about occupational health and safety in terms of women journalists, and then suggest what could be a Commonwealth agenda for women in occupational health and safety. So the Commonwealth Business Women's Network, there's a short video there, which I won't play, but I mean, there's a hyperlink there. We'll make this available afterwards on the slides. So just in the interest of time, the Business Women's Network, we're an accredited organization, which means we're recognized by 54 governments across 6 continents. We're a UK registered community interest company. We're also a Women's Business Association, a social enterprise, trade and investment support institution, business incubator, all of these things. But above all, we're a community of people, men and women, committed to make women's economic empowerment happen in ways that are impactful, measurable, and scalable. So our focus is really about what we refer to as the 3 T's, which are trade, talent, and training, around encouraging and enabling women's economic empowerment through those channels. And turning to the topic of today, in terms of looking at supply chains, just want to highlight major report from the Commonwealth Secretariat a few years ago, which looked about this area, the importance of which was acknowledged when trade ministers met in 2017 in London. And also further work that was done both by ourselves, the Commonwealth Business Council, and the Commonwealth Business Women's Network, as well as the Commonwealth Secretariat on public procurement policy. So I'm going to turn directly now to talk briefly about the importance of women-owned small businesses in emerging markets, in global supply chains. So this is important to recognize and anchor in the context of this statement, which is talks about the importance of a gender-responsive approach to trade policy, and also the success rate of women-owned businesses and breaking down barriers in all sectors, as well as increasing opportunities for women to trade internationally. This is actually taken from the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting when they met in London in 2018. So when we look at women in supply chains, women actually are deeply underrepresented in global supply chains. Women-owned enterprises actually earn less than 1% of all money spent on vendors. But we need to better understand and respond to how women enter the supply chain of major global firms and multinational corporations, as well as their challenges. So business owners are rewriting norms and rearranging markets. Women-owned enterprises are multiplying in numbers, but also in newly, not just in existing or legacy businesses, but in newly registered businesses. We're seeing a growing middle class of women entrepreneurs at the SME level, increasing major global firm positive externalities and decreasing their negative externalities in local environments can result from the integration of these women entrepreneurs into global markets. So some of the obstacles that we come across here are the women-owned SMEs continue to be clustered into one broader micro or SME category, often unseen by governments and their major global firms. Affiliations with chambers of commerce and trade associations can offer limited value. But actually, when sourcing decisions are left to intermediaries and other proxies, major global firms inherently increase their costs of doing business. So let's think of some of the opportunities here. Well, women-owned SMEs are really on an internationalization and growth trajectory, and that is something that we can really build on and leverage. Women SME owners are in the tech services industry are rearranging emerging markets by moving from a dependency model to more of a partnership model. And they're rearranging emerging markets in a way that is also facilitating more opportunities around business collaboration. This is a major report taken from the Commonwealth Secretariat last year on paths to recovery, looking at trade, highlighting the fact that intra-Commonwealth trade is growing significantly despite the challenges, also the importance of digital technologies helping to mitigate some of the economic and social consequences of the pandemic, but also recognizing the importance of what the private sector is saying to discussions that are relevant for our discussions today. But one of the key points that was highlighted in the discussions with the business community as part of the B2B cluster that we are part of, the Commonwealth Business Women's Network, with other apex bodies across the Commonwealth, which works on areas such as private sector engagement, public-private dialogue, and involving various Commonwealth Business Women's Networks, various Commonwealth Business Networks. This highlights, although it's a slightly unclear slide, the main message is the importance of looking at business perspectives on priority policy actions to ensure the trade can really contribute to gender inclusivity and women's economic empowerment. One of the key areas that was identified was women's managerial and business skills. Developing that can really have a significant impact. Come back to that in a moment. The final thing I want to say something about is this major looking more at a sector level area, looking at women journalists. This is from a major report from 2021, the UN Secretary General highlighting the importance of this. But the reality is that women journalists are now more exposed to online violence than ever. Women journalists are both the primary targets of online violence and the first responders to it. So when we consider occupational safety and health, this is an area that we really need to pay much closer attention to. I want to focus on this just in the remaining couple of minutes. I won't go through this in detail, but there is a threefold function of disinformation and gendered online violence against women journalists. It's around disinformation tactics. We have reporting on disinformation and intertwined issues, such as digital conspiracy networks. We have disinformation purveyors operationalizing abuse as well, and harassment against women journalists. So some of the key findings from this UNESCO report from 2021 are that online attacks have real life impacts, that misogyny intersects with other forms of discrimination, gendered online violence intersects with disinformation, online attacks against women journalists have political motives, as well as social media platforms that are struggling to respond effectively. And I won't go through this, but you can see here a range of types of online violence, their manifestation really affecting women journalists in many varied and multidimensional areas. So in terms of a final slide, we have the opportunity this year, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which is happening in Rwanda in June, to begin to think about a Commonwealth agenda for women in occupational health and safety. And I think one of the areas is clearly what I touched upon today, the importance of women in global value change. Other speakers have been talking about this. I think there are some shifts taking place that I've alluded to in entry points for particularly awareness, but in particular advocacy and action, the 3 A's perhaps, and there are some opportunities there to link into the Academy of International Business and the women in that Academy of International Business, which is the world's leading network that brings together policy researchers and business researchers in international business. The other area is looking at capacity building, the training for corporate risk for business women. There is clearly the IOSH has its own corporate risk essentials course, and we do some work in this area. So I think there's potential to work together more closely in that area. And then finally, this whole area of online occupational safety and health. I think it's a huge area, and just an acronym that I just came up with here, but looking at this area of women in particular, and perhaps women journalists initially, but the impact that they have in this area, building on the research that UNESCO was talking about, and perhaps a joint initiative from IOSH and the Commonwealth Businesswomen's Network and the Commonwealth Journalists Association. So I'll leave it there, but I hope that's given you a flavour for some of the challenges and the opportunities ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arif, and once more another fascinating insight and a viewpoint on these challenges. We've heard from the panel through the lenses of the ILO, the investors, the manufacturers, and Arif concluded with looking at it through the lens of the business women's viewpoint on this. I'd like to come back to the panel now and pick up on some of the points, if I may, please, and start with Okkurt. Okkurt, you emphasised the value of partnerships, but what more do you think your existing partners, including IOSH, could do to help maximise the impact of the ILO Vision Zero Fund and the work that you do, and what other partners may you be looking for to join the collective? So if you could just give us a brief response to that.
Yeah,
please.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, Alan. I just wanted to pick up very quickly on some of the things that Leslie mentioned. And, again, it just sort of reinforced how important the relationship and the partnership with Nike will be, and also, of course, with IOSH, and I'll come to that in a minute. But, we recently produced a guide, or at least a publication for the UN Global Compact on 9 business practices to improve safety and health on global supply chains. And one of the areas that we focus on is knowledge sharing, and vertical and horizontal knowledge sharing. And I think what Leslie talked about with Nike Supplier Sustainability Council, I think it's incredible work that's being done. And I think it just shows the kind of work that a big multinational like Nike can do to improve this incredibly safety and health in this very vast supply chain in which they're active. But just to come to your point, just very quickly, I think one thing I just wanted to say, and I think it's pretty obvious, but for the ILO, our primary collaboration partners, of course, are governments, workers, and employers. So any partnership that we enter into beyond that, of course, and I'm excluding Nike here because it is an employer, it is a company, we do so very selectively, and it really is seen as complementary to our work. And I think that's really important, where it can add strategic value to the work of the fund. And I think with IOSH, we've already identified a number of areas, Alan, as you know. I think we are working in countries, primarily low-income, least developed countries, where there is not a lot of expertise. And I think there are great needs out there. And we see the value of the partnership with IOSH in that we're able to really tap into that network of OSH professionals around the world to be able to help us at the country level, at the enterprise level, to improve safety and health through capacity building, through technical advice, through expertise. So I think for us, it's a really exciting part of our partnership with you. I just wanted to mention, I'll be very quick here. We have entered into a number of other partnerships. I can just mention them. Don't need to go into detail. International Women in Coffee Alliance to really strengthen our work to improve safety and health of women coffee producers around the world with Windrock International. We're also, and then finally, Alan, you're also part of that conversation. We're trying to also formalize our relationship with the UN Global Compact to really influence the global discussion on safety and health through their 12,000 member companies. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Okkurt. Again, fascinating work, and everybody's right behind you. Thank you. So now to Felix, if I may, please. Asia Development Bank has obviously been working really hard on these areas and improving and implementing step change. Can you please share some examples of where your provisions have not only led to better OSH for supply chain workers, but perhaps has also added benefit for opening new markets for your borrowers and increased demand for their products? What's in it for your borrowers?
Well, I mean, the drive our borrowers are that we've got 2 suites of borrowers. We have borrowers who are governments, and we've got borrowers who are private, what we call non-sovereign borrowers. So we think leveraging as part of our strategy 2030 is increasing our portfolio in a non-sovereign sector, that is the private sector participation. private sector's work in DMCs are development member countries, and they most inevitably rely a lot on institutions and policy provisions that are within these countries. So making the institutions stronger, strengthening the institutions, strengthening the sector department that work in these areas means that we're now opening a lot more opportunities for clients from the non-sovereign side to leverage their participation. So as part of the ongoing update on our safeguard policy, we're setting up a standard on labor and working conditions that's very, very unique, and that emphasizes the kind of importance that ADB attains to labor and working conditions. And then also there is going to be a standard for occupational health and safety, which includes community health and safety as well. These two are going to work in an integrated fashion to address the labor and working conditions and the employee and the whole supply chain risks in a very holistic and integrated approach. To underpin that, we're going to come with a good practice note. The good practice note is supposed to put good practice, international good practices out there to our project sites and workplaces. And we're working very closely with IOSH. I've identified us as a key partnership, a key stakeholder in that space, include a host and suite of development knowledge products to help develop the capacity of our borrowers and clients. Spanning maybe by the end of this year, we should have quite a robust suite of knowledge product that we can share. We're also going to have interpretation notes on the policy provisions to make the requirement of the policy quite very clear to our borrowers as well. We believe that a safe workplace is a place that, does not just touch the workplace, but it touches actually the very core lives of workers that come to work in that place. And this is a vision and aspiration that ADB would like to touch on. Probably let me end here, and then if there are any ones, we can pick it up. But it's quite very interesting what's happening there. And we know our partnership and stakeholders encompass many different people, including labor and worker unions that we've been having. Now I encourage anyone who is interested here to be part of the ongoing consultation for the update of our safeguard policy statement. Over to you, Alan.
That's great. Thank you so much, Felix. I'll turn now back to Choke. Choke, you mentioned culture earlier. Can you tell us a little bit more about the importance of OSH culture within Nike and at Nike, and what you do to transfer that culture to your suppliers, who are often in countries which have different work-related ethics or positions, and where sometimes their workers may be operating under different kinds of pressures, for example, to earn more money, to work long hours, pressures not to lose their jobs that perhaps are different to highly developed economies. So tell us a little bit about that culture and how you transfer that out through your supply chain, Choke, please.
Yeah, sure, Alan. Thanks again for the question. A famous safety professional once said, culture eats strategy and programs for lunch. I think what he meant by that was when a severe accident happens, and research has shown this, it's always the direct cause, either a unsafe behavior or unsafe action. So for us to be able to address severe and fatal accidents within our supply chain, it makes sense that we need to address the issue of culture, right? So how do we ensure that our programs address developing a culture of safety has been one of the, I think, key priorities that we've had in our programs for the past 7 years. So building a culture of safety is actually part of our 2025 targets. The specific language to build world-class safe and healthy workplaces can be found in our 2021 impact report. And the scope of the target is approximately 110 supplier factories, which represents nearly 700,000 workers. So again, our culture program, it's broad, and we feel like it's reaching, a significant portion of our workers. A little bit about the program. We call it culture of safety, and we've defined it by, we've defined the metrics and the effectiveness of it by asking those who the program affects the most, right? It's the people on the floor, the managers who are, and the supervisors who are responsible for safety on the floor, and the factory leaders. So not only do we have specific metrics, there's 27 metrics that our suppliers evaluate themselves against. But what really measures the effectiveness of the program is the safety perception survey. So it's great that, you know, managers, supervisors are evaluating themselves, but really where the rubber hits the road is, what do the workers say about the programs? Again, that's really where we can determine the effectiveness of the culture programs that we have in place. So this program we've run, again, you know, with our supplier factories, and it's a global program. So regardless of, you know, which country we're operating in, what language, what culture, you know, behaviors, unsafe behaviors are one of the common things that we see in our supply chain, and this program addresses that issue.
Thank you, Chuck. Excuse me. Thank you, Chuck. I'll turn now to Leslie. Leslie, we heard some really powerful statements from Arif earlier in this panel discussion, particularly about the underrepresentation of business women at times. Listening to Arif and what he said in his talk, how would you say the progress Nike has made to improve OSH in the supply chain so far has helped to address any gender imbalances? So, Leslie, over to you.
Thanks, Alan. As I said earlier, we were talking about the scale of the Nike supply chain, and we talked about 1 million people being employed to make Nike product. Now, over 70% of those 1 million people are women. So over 700,000 women are working on Nike product, and all of those women will benefit from the programs that we deploy with our suppliers that are aimed at improving occupational health, safety and well-being of their employees. So, for example, we developed an engagement and well-being survey for suppliers to deploy to their employees, and they can connect survey insights, root causes and countermeasures with potential improvements in HR management systems, advanced engagement and well-being in their long-term strategies. And so the insights from that survey are also incorporated into the tool that Choke was talking about that measures safety and safety culture. But more importantly, for those 700,000 plus women working in the Nike supply chain, the data also guided our work on gender equity and helped develop the approach to empowering more women in leadership positions within supplier factories. And Choke talked about our FY21 impact report, and that talks more about 2025 targets and the work that we're doing on gender equity. And we believe that increased opportunities for all workers will equal just better business outcomes. This means that we will continue to support contract manufacturers who invest in their workers and who ensure that they have the right skills and are empowered, and they support them to reach their full potential. So it's not just around the programs that are specifically targeted at women, even though, you know, there are many working across the supply chain, but we feel like some of these programs around engagement and well-being, gender equity, and health and safety cultures and behaviors really just drive positive impact for all of those million workers in our supply chain. And so, yeah, I mean, fantastic kind of work that Arif's doing, and be interested to talk a little bit more about that with him after the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. Yeah, I know Arif well, and he's doing some brilliant work, so I can make sure that happens. I'm mindful of time, so maybe the last question, please, before closing remarks, and I will turn to Arif. Understanding the challenges, the challenging socio-economic circumstances many of the Commonwealth business women operate in, what can we do, whether we're panelists here or the participants outside of the panel, what can we do collectively to help those who wish to be part of supply chains but perhaps lack expertise in good corporate risk management? What advice could you give for us to help business women function more effectively?
I mean, the Commonwealth landscape is really important to understand to answer that question. You know, we're talking about 1 in 3 people on the planet. We're talking about 20% of world trade, but we're also talking about 44% of the world's poorest women live in these 54 countries. So I think part of it is understanding, as I mentioned in my remarks, how supply chains are changing. And women SME owners, women-led businesses. And I think, Leslie's, the work that Leslie was highlighting that Nike is doing, really important, really significant in terms of the numbers of women being employed directly, but also in terms of the wider, the tier 2, the tier 3 suppliers. Great opportunities to tap into women in the supply chain who are women-led businesses. That 99% of businesses that go to male-led businesses, I said as a man, it just makes Paul centric. So a lot of opportunity there to tap into that. So I think procurement is an area which Commonwealth governments have identified, the private sector as well. The UN has also talked about that. I think the other thing is also to look at more specifically at some of the real areas that require our urgent attention, which is why I homed in on women journalists. These are women in work as well, and those horrific data from UNESCO just highlights the need for action. And action, Alan, comes from the P word, which is partnership. And partnership, the Commonwealth provides an incredible mosaic and opportunity to bring organizations together, to bring governments together with the private sector, to bring universities and educators as part of that process. So that's why I in my last slide I identified some very specific areas for collaboration, and we'd be delighted to follow up obviously with participants here, with Nike, with IOSH and others as well, and ILO. I think there's a really good opportunity this year because the Commonwealth has this heads of government meeting. There's an impetus around collaboration, and in this multilateral period we're now in, where we're seeing greater collaboration, we need to build on the discussions today and take action and take things forward. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Arif. Sadly, our time is at an end. I think the incredible debate that's happened in this session, we need to carry it on. So I'll take it as an action to, if everybody's happy, to regroup and to find a way that we can continue the debate. But for now, I'd like to thank all of our speakers, Arif, Choke, Leslie, Ockert, Felix, thank you so much for your time this morning. And thank you to our participants across the world for sitting in on this session. Please stay with us for the fourth and final session that we're going to host immediately after this session according to your programs. But for now, thank you to our speakers, thank you for our participants. Take care, bye-bye. A warm welcome again to all our participants from around the world to our fourth and final panel discussion in our important session on future business leaders achieving healthier performance and productivity. My name is Alan Stevens. I'm Head of Strategic Engagement at IOSH and your moderator again for this session. And I'll be joined by an incredible panel of distinguished guest speakers who I'll introduce to you very shortly. As we've been discussing so far, future leaders and managers must now not only focus on what results are delivered, but more than ever, how those results are obtained. At the heart of this is good OSH practice, and this should be the part of every manager and leader's accountability. We can argue that in highly developed, large organizations, this is easier to deploy. But what about where most workers reside, or the small businesses and the hard to reach informal economy? We've argued so far that good sustainable businesses invest in the safety and the physical and mental health and well-being of their people. But what does this mean for the SMEs and the micro businesses, both in developed and developing economies? In this last panel discussion, we will try to bring the previous three discussions into a very practical focal point and discuss what can be done to collectively to help advance the core competencies required to deliver excellent OSH performance in all work settings, especially in hard to reach work settings like SMEs along the supply chains. This is also a key message that no one can thrive unless we're all safe. And it's our moral imperative collectively to strive towards a safe and healthy world of work for all. I'd now like to introduce the panelists for our next discussion. Dr. Ivan Ivanov, Head of Occupational and Workplace Health of the World Health Organization headquarters. Louise Hoskin, President of IOSH. Bernd Treichel, Senior Technical Specialist in Prevention and Social Security at ISA, the International Social Security Association. And last but not least, Richard Bate, Principal HSE OSH Consultant of FIA Formula E World Championship. I'd like to open by asking Dr. Ivanov for his views on how to address the imbalance in access to OSH resources between developed and developing countries, and the perspective of measures and profit, particularly in developing countries with limited financial resources and where many employers, especially in the informal sector, are unreachable. Dr. Ivanov, the floor is yours.
Much obliged for this inspiring but difficult question. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic revealed serious problems with health inequities between and within countries, including in the measures and resources to protect health and safety of working people. Even before the pandemic, there have been wide global inequities in the ability of workers to enjoy healthy and safe workplaces and to have access to decent occupational health services. Even in high-income countries, such sectors and population groups were left behind. For example, the healthcare sector and other essential workers. The level of national gross domestic product may not always be the most useful predictor in the level of protection of workers. Inequities between countries can be due to different political systems, economic structures, levels of unionization, availability of occupational health and safety experts, and their distribution across sectors and workplace settings. In fact, some countries with lower and upper middle income levels have demonstrated innovations in tackling health inequities for working people through integrating occupational health and safety measures into people-centered primary health care and universal health coverage. For this reason, at the high-level meeting on universal health coverage held at the United Nations General Assembly in 2019, the heads of state and governments of all countries committed to scale up efforts to provide healthy and safe workplaces and improve access to occupational health services in all countries. Fulfilling this commitment requires actions in several areas. First, placing healthy and safe working environments in the center of business strategies, an integral part of making business in a fair and sustainable way. This will make the employers of the future to become stewards of health, not only beneficiaries of having a healthy workforce. And initiatives for healthy and safe workplaces can empower working communities and their leaders to take care of their health. Second, primary health care needs to be reformed and strengthened to place working life together with family life in the center of care. Examples from many countries show that this can be done and is cost efficient. Third, specialized occupational health services can expand their coverage beyond corporate expenses and link better to primary health care and local health networks. New forms of occupational health services, such as online clinics, help desks, community services, may help in increasing the coverage. Fourth, the financing model for occupational health and safety needs to change toward increasing the role of pooled funds with better performance in health equity. Workers' compensation schemes can expand to cover all workers, including those with precarious contracts and migrant workers, and can stimulate the prevention of occupational diseases and injuries. Fourth, all countries need to have in place sustainable domestic mechanisms for capacity building in occupational health. In some countries, there are only few experts in occupational safety and health concentrated in big wealthy companies. There is a need for investment in capacity building and in opening opportunities for attracting occupational health experts in the communities.
Thank you, Dr. Ivanov. I'd now like to turn to Louise to explain how IOSH helps to disseminate OSH resources through its member networks and strategic partnerships with governments, organisations and bodies, as well as targeted projects around the globe. So, Louise, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alan, and it's great to be here. So IOSH is a chartered professional body and membership organisation, and right now we're touching on almost 49,000 members in around 130 countries, which includes over 3,000 in 35 Commonwealth nations. So we have between around 1,000 and 1,500 active volunteers who are all working globally within local branches and also within sector groups. And all of those members and volunteers are very much supporting one another. And these networks have meant that members really are supporting members and their personal networks and stakeholders. So post-pandemic, I think our members are feeling inspired and lifting one another up through these difficult and challenging times that we're facing. So as well as that, we have around 1,400 approved training providers across 50 different countries. And those trainers use IOSH training courses and materials to train all levels within organisations, from the shop floor all the way up to executive and board levels. And excitingly, IOSH was accepted as an accredited organisation of the Commonwealth back in November 2020. And this means we have been able to disseminate all of that expertise and resources to the 54 member nations, which are home to 2.5 billion people, including 32 of the world's 42 small states. We also have working arrangements with the ILO, with the World Health Organization, ESA, and the UNGC. So that really starts to give you a feel of how we pull all of that together and through our stakeholders are able to influence. And it kind of brings us right up to date, really. So, you know, I'm honoured and delighted to be president of IOSH this year, and my year is all around people, sustainability and putting heart into health and safety. And we have a very exciting campaign at the moment called Catch the Wave, which very much aligns with UN sustainability goals. And this is showing businesses and, you know, our stakeholders, our members, how they can really harness the power of social sustainability by using health and safety principles to put their people first. So all of the messages around the Catch the Wave campaign are forward-looking. You know, let's look at what good looks like. Let's talk about how we can add value in all that we do as health and safety professionals. And you can start to see we're creating webinars, we've got white papers, support information, and myself and the rest of the presidential team are very busy at the moment talking to our branches, our networks all around this, and via those forums, via our training providers, we're able to disseminate that information on a very practical level. I mean, I always talk about it, just taking a conversation at a time. And I think that with, you know, post-pandemic, from a technological perspective, we're all talking to each other so much more. And if we're able to reach more people, we can influence those people. And ultimately, I think we're all here to save more lives. So yeah, brief overview of what we're doing. But thank you for allowing me to give that introduction, Alan.
Thank you so much, Louise. I I'd like now to turn to Bernd to explain how the collaboration between ESA, the world's leading international organization for social security institutions, governments, departments and agencies, and the chartered professional body and largest membership organization for safety and health professionals at IOSH. And how together we're making strides to create a safe and healthy world of work by building strong prevention culture to help eliminate work-related incidents, harm and occupational diseases through the Vision Zero training program. So Bernd, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Alan, and thank you for having me here today. I feel very privileged to be part of your panel. IOSH has been a great partner for the ESA over the last couple of years. Well, you know it better than me because you're actually chairing one of the prevention sections that the ESA is running. So let me maybe first start with a little bit of the functioning of the ESA. The ESA is a members-based organization. We have about 330 members from around 160 countries, all administering social security funds or working in the area of social security. And for us, prevention is one of these areas. You might say, well, social security, that's just pensions, or, maybe some health insurance, but social security also covers work. And as you can see in the background here, work is also linked to injuries and then long-term or short-term disabilities. So we actually develop strategies to bring the number of fatalities, work-related fatalities down. And Social Security has a strong interest in doing so because at the end of the day, who's going to pay the bill? It's of course the worker, because the worker suffers and suffers a loss of income, a loss of capacity. But if the worker is insured, then the responsibility actually moves from the employer towards the insurance to support these people who have suffered an injury or an occupational disease. And this is where Social Security comes in, and that's where we say prevention is actually the key to move things forward. Because if we apply the principles of prevention and then rehabilitation, and then I have to move here, there's the word compensate, only at the end, then we actually have a sustainable program that supports life and is not just paying any cash benefits for having an accident, because in a way, the most important thing is, of course, to save lives, to save the integrity of people. And then if all else fails and they cannot be reintegrated into the labor market, then we can think of maybe compensating. A lot of social security systems are moving towards that. And we have developed guidelines, for example, through the help, with the help of the Special Commission on Prevention, to support organizations in setting up and further developing their prevention programs. So IOSH is also one of our members, and IOSH is part of the training and education section. I'm trying to move my finger, it's really hard, but it's exactly that little fellow here in green. So that's the pictogram of the training and education section. And yeah, we have done some very, very cool things together. For example, a Vision Zero training program. Now, Vision Zero, you must have heard of it. It's the Vision Zero Summit after all. Has a very simple approach, 7 golden rules on how to prevent harm. And these 7 golden rules can be applied in many settings. So, it's good for companies, but it's also good for organizations that might want to, government organizations that might want to run a national campaign, for example. And IOSH is a training institution, as we have just heard. So, yeah, we set out a program for Vision Zero trainers. And we have about 1,300 trainers who have signed up for that and who are actually spreading the word and try to promote these 7 golden rules at any workplace setting, wherever they go. So together with IOSH, we've teamed up and we have produced an accredited training program to actually ensure the quality of the training, because very often, when trainers say, well, we are just a Vision Zero trainer, then we don't know whether these trainers actually have the right qualifications or not. So for this, we have then developed various options for Vision Zero training, a basic option, which is for everyone, and then accredited options for active trainers, and then for very, very professional trainers. So we've developed programs, training handbooks, and so we're in regular exchange with IOSH and with you, Alan, regarding the training. So back to you.
Thank you, Bern. Thank you, Bern. And thank you to all of our friends at ESA for all of their fabulous work that they do to reduce workplace harm. I'll now turn to Richard Bates to explain how, and this is really interesting, an advanced yet simple to use mobile app can empower non-OSH people across borders and cultures by disseminating up-to-date OSH and worker rights information and using algorithms to spot corporate risk and to perform due diligence in a high-stake, high-speed environment. Richard, good morning, welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Morning, Alan. I'll just share my screen with you. Thank you very much for inviting me to present what is in effect really quite a simple story. When Formula E, the championship, came into existence 8 years ago, we had very, very little health and safety management within the championship. One of the things that we realized is that we must do very, very quickly is engage with all of our workers globally and to ensure that everybody not only was being shared information appropriately, but everybody had a voice. So Formula E is actually quite an interesting championship. We're the only championship globally that's powered completely by electric. We're a battery-powered championship. The series is now 8 years old. We're now owned again by the Liberty Media Group, and we race in 16 countries each year. Some of our races attract, sometimes 40,000 people. So you can imagine 16 countries, how difficult it is for us to share our planning process with all of the people that are involved in our ecosystem. The other thing that we're very proud of is that we're not an elitist championship. We allow everybody to come to our events. Our tickets are not expensive, and in countries where the income rates are lower than perhaps you'd find in Europe and North America, our tickets can be free. We're very, very proud that we hold the ISO 2012-1 standard as well. That sets us apart from other championships, including our colleagues in Formula One. I think one of the things that does cause us a challenge, though, is how do we share our OSH information with different countries around the world, and to ensure that we get quality information shared with all of our colleagues. Well, one of the things that we do, because we're obviously a very technically driven championship, is we use IT. We have got some very, very clever people within the organization who've been able to help us create solutions, but things that we are very, very strict on. We work within an ISO 45001 compliant framework, and our OSH standards are a contractual requirement for anybody that works with our championship, and we cannot and do not make exceptions for our health and safety standards. We consider our standards to be non-negotiable, and a part of a KPI for any contract that we issue to come work with us. To give you an example of how hard we work to deliver high quality health and safety, our last race in Saudi Arabia, we reached a peak of 7,221 workers on site, and that totaled 50,547 working days. We did that with just one injury requiring a medical treatment. So how do we share this information? One thing that we absolutely don't do, we don't share information on paper. We haven't used hard copy for many, many years. In fact, we don't even have printers on our event sites. I mean, I guess we could ask how many people these days even read hard copy. I know for sure that I don't. And of course, there are some exceptions when we submit a permit to cities, particularly established cities, Rome, New York, Paris, London. The city authorities do like to see some documentation from us on hard copy, but we try very hard not to do that. So what do? It's really quite simple. We just use interconnected web portals. We use the Ignite platform and smart sheets. And what we do, we just bring all of that information together in an app created by our team internally. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to share a short video so that you can hear me talking about how this works out in the desert in Saudi Arabia.
Great. Welcome to the beautiful town of Diriyah here in Saudi Arabia. Today I'm going to introduce you to the method that Formula E uses to share health and safety information with all of our suppliers and our global ecosystem. We're here in Diriyah for race 1 of 16 races around the world. You can imagine how difficult it is for us to share competent health and safety information and good quality information with all of our suppliers. We've developed an app internally, which I'm going to share with you today.
What I'm sharing with you there is that I'm actually in a very remote location. I'm out in the desert. I'm probably in that location. I'm probably 30 miles or 45 kilometers from the nearest city. And that was an example of where we can actually use the app.
So, welcome to my office. I've opened the app, and as you can see, I've got a choice of all of the races that we've yet to deliver. So we're going to open up Mexico City. Now this can sometimes take a few seconds to load. It depends on how good your Wi-Fi is. So I've opened up the Mexico City race, and as you can see, there's a huge amount of information available to me. I've got the location, I've got the zone map. If we just zoom in a little bit, we can have a look at who our local team is, names, their responsibilities, their duties. Also really useful in here, we'll also include some schedule timing. I'll just shut that for a second. What else would you want to know? I mean, there's literally everything in here that's related to planning of the event. So we have key milestones. This is a section of the app that I use a lot. We use this to work our way through the master project plan. We can see what's yet to be delivered, and we can also see when we expect the schedule to be completed. Again, I'll come out of that one. We also have detailed COVID information. Now this COVID information changes obviously with every race. As you can see, this is a very, very large file, so it's taking a few seconds to open. So here we go. And each race we go to obviously has different COVID standards. So we'll just scan through those, and you can see this is really, really useful because we can share this with people while they're mobile. Again, I'll come out of that and nip back into the app. And I guess the thing that most people would want to know about, in particularly using this app, is health and safety function. Again, it's another big file which will take a few seconds to load. I find this is very, very useful. I can actually just simply send an event safety briefing through the app, and that ensures that our ecosystem of sometimes it can be up to 5,000 people. In fact, in Diriyah, it was 5,200 people. Yeah, that's a really silly photograph of me. As you can see, one of my colleagues has popped that in there. So this gives you a kind of a general overview of everything that we're able to achieve using this app. I find it incredibly useful.
So I hope you'll be able to see from those two videos what we've tried to achieve over the past 8 years within Formula E. We've taken a huge amount of information which was very difficult to access for our global ecosystem, and just by using a combination of smart sheets, the Ignite platform, and some proprietary software which is available to anybody and is not expensive, we're able to share all of our key information with everybody. And that's the key point here. It's everybody. We don't select who we share the information with. We don't choose to share it with certain parts of our ecosystem. The app is available to absolutely everybody. Now, I've listed there all of the information that we can share. I'm not going to go through that line by line because I don't think that's relevant, because the really important point here is that we can scale up the amount of information with the app, or we can scale down the amount of information in the app. So at a more complicated event like London, we'll have lots of information. At a less complicated event like Monaco, we'll reduce the amount of information in the app. There are some things that we need to make the app work. We need a reasonable bandwidth, probably around 25 megabits per second, but the app also works really well on 4 and 5G cell networks, as long as you've got around 35 megabits per second download speed. We give this app to absolutely everybody, including local authorities, the emergency services, partners, suppliers, and every contractor. And I think the point I really want to make is that it's not expensive. It's just collating all of that information through an app and making it available to everybody. So thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity to share this, this process that we've developed over the years with Formula E.
Richard, thank you so much. Wow, what a great tool. And we know that obviously mobile technology is a real asset in emerging economies that perhaps haven't developed the traditional infrastructures. So it's something I know that's of great interest to roll out in other settings as well. So thank you so much. I'd like now to return to the panel for a series of questions for the remainder of our discussion here. And firstly, I'll turn to Dr. Ivanov. Ivan, you mentioned in your presentation, and we've heard before also through the whole day, of how important collaboration is to yourselves, to the ILO, to the banks, the corporates, the people in this panel. How do you see that the World Health Organization, in collaboration with people such as the ILO, by governments, by professional bodies, with us, when creating and disseminating OSH resources as widely as possible, how do we ensure that they're sustainable? And by that, I mean, how does it stick? How does it make, in your mind, how do we ensure that it makes long-term sustained impact? Do you think it's just simply a matter of availability to financial resources, or are there other obstacles that perhaps we need to focus on to overcome to make sure that our activities that we've heard about today actually are sustained over time? Thank you.
Well, the COVID pandemic convinced us that health systems, jobs, livelihoods, and the economy are intertwined. The WHO Health in the World of Work dialogue with various stakeholders about COVID-19 response and recovery clearly showed a growing consensus that health is wealth. We witnessed how the capacity of health systems to cope with the disease burden results in lockdowns and harms the economy. Indeed, history tells us that previous pandemics have resulted in profound changes in society. In the Middle Ages, the end of the bubonic plague pandemic, known as the Black Death, resulted in the Renaissance. The end of the influenza pandemic in the early 20th century was followed by a surge of employment and technological development. This COVID-19 pandemic will also bring about significant changes in how we live, work, study, and play. For sure, there will be no back to normal, and there will be a new normal. However, change in the future should start today. Bringing sustainability at the core of business will contribute to a healthier society and a healthier economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivanov. I'll now turn to Louise. As president of IOSH and someone who's very close to our members, have you noticed a shift in how the OSH professionals see themselves and how they see the impact of their workplace and in society? And perhaps that wasn't there pre-COVID. And if so, would you call this an evolution of the profession? And if so, how can we harness it to truly reach all workplaces across the planet? Louise.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Alan. Wow, that's a huge question, I think. You know, we're up until the pandemic, I think, you know, I kind of sense the frustration sometimes with our members that they want to, you know, get a message across about protecting health, protecting our people. I think what has happened in the pandemic, and it is an evolution, is that there was a really fine-tuning of that. The boardroom, our leaders relied on us as health and safety professionals, and I believe we massively stood up to that task. And one of the great and amazing skills that we have is, I was talking at the start of this about the humble risk assessment and our ability to risk assess and fine tune and prioritize. And I think by working alongside leaders at the start of the pandemic and through that time, they have seen just how versatile we are as a profession. And they've also seen, we had no choice but to focus on our people and their health, and we had no choice to put that first. And combined with all of this information that was there, so to answer your question, I think we're coming through the other side, and we are being viewed very differently. We are, and we've learned a lot ourselves about working alongside industry and those organisations that we're working alongside, and which is right at the heart of our Catch the Wave campaign, around how do we help and support organisations to be sustainable in the broadest sense of the word. So it has been an evolution. I think it was always there, and also different organisations are at a different stage. So it's not, we can't flick a switch and discover things have moved on. It's a transformation, I think, rather than anything else. So yeah, thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Louise. Yeah, it's a journey, not a destination, I guess.
Absolutely.
And that's the whole ethos of Vision Zero is that continual movement. And to build on that, then perhaps I'll move over to Bernd now. Following Richard's really insightful presentation, how do you think, through the ESA lens and the social security lens, how do you think we could use mobile phone technology in the future to engage a wider audience with the Vision Zero movement and to spread the prevention culture even further?
Mobile phone technology, wow. Well, first of all, I was very impressed with Richard's presentation. This smart sheets thing is a project management tool. It seems to work, paperless. If you look at training these days, usually we still distribute like worksheets, papers. And then when you are actually in a training in Africa, that's where I was before COVID. That was my last experience. Everybody was staring at their phones anyway. So maybe it's actually really a smart idea to move away from paper and to just say, okay, well, here are your papers on your phone, on your smartphone, and these are the tasks, you can fill them out. It probably reaches more people, and IT is still on the forerun. There are so many smart solutions, how we can work with IT, the whole databases. And I could just imagine in the future that all the Vision Zero trainers would actually all be connected together with all the Vision Zero supporters, all the companies. We have over 16,000 supporters. And so every company could just choose a Vision Zero trainer. That would be a dream case scenario if somehow that could be implemented. And I've learned from Richard today that, these things are actually a piece of cake, a walk in the park. And yeah, so basically connections, IT connections are very important. I also think of something else, like at the beginning of the pandemic, IOSH organized a lot of Zoom conferences, and we from ESA did that too. And that actually helped us to be in touch with other people and, then reach out to them and inform them about our products and services. So the digital world has certainly these advantages of being better connected with each other and therefore maybe even providing better training opportunities for companies through the Vision Zero network.
Thank you, Bernd. Thank you very much. Returning to Richard now, if I may, please. Working in Formula E, you've travelled widely, and it seems like you've got a dream job, you know, and worked in different countries, and probably witnessed varying degrees of OSH resources available. And we've talked about the app. When you're working with suppliers, and is there examples of where you've personally intervened to help people to raise their standards to your mandated ways of working that you described earlier? Can you give us some more examples of how you've actually applied this in principle, please?
It's a really good question, but it's not something I can answer really quickly, but I'll do my best to cover off the key points. I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that even in countries where there isn't perhaps an established health and safety or health and safety process that we would find perhaps in Europe, North America, and you know, doesn't necessarily mean that the people that we're working with want to work unsafely. For me, it's been about training. It's been about giving the people that we're working with the information that we need, whether we give them that information in the form of an app, or we give them the information in the form of some paper documents, which is quite infrequent for us now. But the key thing is, first of all, is for one of my team or myself to go out to a country that's new to us, spend some time with the people that we'll be working with, ask them questions, try to establish a baseline of what their health and safety management looks like, and then work with them. The other thing that we decided to do, again, very quickly, is we weren't going to force them into any particular courses. We weren't going to ask them to do a particular type of course to bring them up to a standard that we would be comfortable with. We decided that we develop our own in-house training. And what we did, we created 36 simple bite-sized sessions, which have now been translated into, I believe, 4 languages. And we deliver those sessions to our colleagues in the countries where health and safety perhaps is challenging. The other advantage is that in the countries where we have really well-established health and safety management systems and process, we can still use these bite-sized sessions for if you like, for revision or for CPD purposes. So by first of all, understanding what we're trying to achieve, understanding what our ecosystem in different countries wants from us, we've been able to develop, again, it's a simple system to work with our colleagues. And what we're trying to do is allow them to set the pace for their development rather than us to dictate that pace, which might be difficult for them to achieve. So again, it's just about working with everybody within our ecosystem globally, Alan.
That's great. Thank you very much. That makes good sense. Moving on now to Louise. As an OSH professional yourself and as IOSH president, what more do you think OSH professionals around the world could do to network better and share OSH resources outside of their traditional OSH community? I'm thinking about mentoring schemes, volunteering and that kind of thing. What are your thoughts in terms of how we can spread the word beyond our normal social circles or working circles?
Yeah, well, that's a huge question. I think one of the something and this was probably happening before the pandemic. I think we've definitely had a real switch up in how we use technology. If I think about the way that we as health and safety professionals are using tools like LinkedIn to communicate with one another, we can communicate with each other around the world in a way that we weren't doing before. And I think that the pandemic has really switched that up a gear. I know when I'm working on projects, I will have colleagues in different territories ringing me up as if they were down the road, and we've kind of brought that link forward in a way that didn't really exist before. And what I'm really excited for is kind of an excitement for my presidential year, really, is how we can actually empower those individuals to work together across territories, which I'm definitely seeing. And certainly through our, IOSH is doing this through our branches and our sector groups, is actually joining people together from around the world and sharing what good looks like. So, I think traditionally, the traditional view of health and safety is somebody who comes in and says all of these things are wrong, but actually we're empowering people to share best practice and what good looks like. And very much, Rich's presentation was part of that. So coming in and actually saying, we've got some really great ideas, but actually learning from one another. I'm a really strong believer that, even those territories that may have fewer health and safety requirements, as they're going through their journey and developing their ways of working, those territories that do have a lot of requirements can learn an awful lot from them as well. So it is very much about using that technology, using the accessibility that we have through one another and supporting each other. And this doesn't have, it really, I always talk about one conversation at a time, but it really can take just one conversation at a time with different people, learning from each other, to actually support each other to do a little bit better every day. And health and safety absolutely is a journey. It's not a destination. If we were thinking about financial plans or marketing plans, we wouldn't say, well, actually, we've done it. In 3 years' time, we'll have done it. We've got there. We need to leave it behind. I think we need to look at health and safety through the lens of an evolution and actually working alongside our businesses. And being part of that value added, I think is hugely important. So yeah, thanks for that question, Alan.
Yeah, and thanks for the answer, Louise. Great points. Thank you. Return back to Bernd now. ESA operates globally across a whole spectrum of the evolution of social security systems and your membership base. Could you elaborate just a little bit more, please, on what you said earlier about how ESA and your partners address language and cultural differences and any other challenges you face at the country level when you're promoting Vision Zero training and your wider activities in so many different and varied environments?
Yeah, well, Louise mentioned something which I would like to pick up. She mentioned that it's all about empowering people and to share best practices. So that is basically what we are doing. We have a big database of good practices on social security, and that also includes Vision Zero. And yeah, we have to translate them, believe it or not. We still do it the old-fashioned way. We have 4 official languages, and then we translate each and every one. Of course, there are electronic tools available these days, but yeah, a lot of it is basically done through hands interpretation. And then we have events. We have regional events. And we have global events. So for the regional events, we rely on our network. So the cultural differences are then not that strong because, we all operate in one region. And the global events are actually usually very beautiful because it's a real inter-exchange of people and cultures. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a background. In our secretariat, there may be 45 people working, and I think we have people from every continent, basically, apart from Australia. We have Russian speaking, Chinese speaking, Arab speaking, French, Spanish, German speaking, and also English-speaking people. And most of us actually speak 2 to 3 languages, more or less fluently. So this is how we then try to meet that, that challenge of cultural exchange and languages. And for the Vision Zero trainers, yeah, there again, you know, they are actually delivering their training in the language that they know. And therefore, they are usually already on site. So it's not that trainers would travel around the globe, unless until it's a Zoom. That also has happened. And then usually it's in English. I hope that's okay, Alan?
Of course, it's more than okay,
Yeah.
Ben. It's really,
Okay.
really insightful. Thank you. And my final question, back to Richard, please. We have talked about how emerging economies can use technology and mobile phones. As Ben said, you know, you go to Africa and everybody's on their phone. From your perspective, seeing that it's a tool that you're already using, as more and more people in emerging economies get access to mobile phones, how do you think it might be possible for smaller or lesser resourced companies to utilize similar technologies to disseminate the OSH resources to help create a safer and healthier world of work, particularly in the micro businesses?
I had a suspicion you might ask me this question, and I think it resonates with a comment that Louise made earlier on, and Bern has also commented on as well, about engaging with a younger part of our health and safety professional demographic. So the advantage of using electronic processes, in our case, as we've discussed, we use an app that we've created internally. I genuinely believe that the solutions are not complex. They're very, very easy to scale up and scale down. In fact, Formula E, in my team, we use more than one app. But the app that we've discussed today was created using proprietary software, and we all use Smartsheets. Ignite is a sharing platform that many people use. So I think scaling up and scaling down are not really relevant to cost. Yes, there is a cost, but I don't believe that cost is significant. I know exactly what I pay for my team to access this system, and I'm very, very happy to share that with you if anybody wants to reach out to me. I don't think perhaps this is the right place for me to start sharing how much it actually costs me and my team. But I do really want to make it clear that these are not hugely expensive processes. Otherwise, they wouldn't work for us. In the countries that we work, in the regions we work, we just can't introduce a system that's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, because one, people wouldn't buy into it, and then the system would fail because people wouldn't have access to the information. I genuinely believe that that if I can use the system, then anybody can use the system. And just to reiterate how simple this is, we've created another super simple app, which is just all of our health and safety information has been moved onto a sharing platform called Ignite. And we've created, again, a very simple app which anybody can access from their mobile phone. So the whole of our health, safety and environment management system is completely open to anybody within our ecosystem. And it's just about sharing and being open. And by doing that, we're empowering people through our ecosystem globally to look at the information, to ask questions, and really importantly, to challenge us back if they think that some of the information that we share in these apps isn't correct. So it's a collaborative process, as well as Formula E dictating what our minimum standards are. I could talk about this for ages, so I guess I better stop at this point and hand back to you, Alan.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, it's been that way all day. I think each of our panel discussions could have taken a whole day. So thank you so much to all of our speakers today for this really insightful conversation. But sadly, our time is coming towards an end now. As a way of closing this panel session, I'd like to offer each of our speakers a maximum 1 minute short closing remark, please. Perhaps this time we'll go in reverse order from our process to date. So perhaps back to Richard for a very short closing remark, please.
I think some of the comments that have been made by the other panelists today, I haven't really covered, but I think it's really important to recognize that by using a system based on information technology, whether that's desktop based or whether it's a telephone app using a cell system, I think this approach that we're using at Formula E does engage better with younger health and safety professionals. I think it's a system whereby that we can elicit a response from our younger colleagues and get them to work with us. And as I said in my previous comments, it's about getting our colleagues globally to come back to us and ask us questions, and actually to make suggestions on how we can improve our process. So again, it's about a collaborative process, but absolutely engaging with the next generation of health and safety professionals.
Thank you very much, Richard. Bernd, closing remarks from yourself, please.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Well, the title of your session is Future Business Leaders. And so in my closing remarks, I'd like to point out that, the golden rule #1 of Vision Zero is actually about leadership, and that it is probably one of the most important aspects in our times, to lead by example, to walk the talk, and to actually show, especially the younger generation, how to do it. So there are statistics and research that leaders who actually really show leadership in OSH management, are more successful, are more appreciated, and also provide better results. And so I just wanted to bring that back into the conversation, that we are talking about leaders, and that leadership is quite important when we're talking about safety and health.
Thank you so much, Ben, and thank you for your contribution today. Louise, your closing summary, please.
Yeah, thanks for a great panel debate. I think if this time has shown us anything, and I think we've covered this in this discussion, is just how connected we are around the world, and in everything that we do within the organisations that we work on. So if we pull in one aspect, it definitely pulls in another. But I guess my closing remarks are, this is all about people. And if we put our people first, put their health first, they're going to feel psychologically and physically safe enough to tackle the very real challenges that the world is facing at this moment in time. And great things are never achieved by one person in isolation, and we know that engaged teams can achieve extraordinary things, but I very much believe that interconnected global teams really can change the world, and it only takes one conversation at a time.
Lovely words. Thank you, Louise. And